Hey all, what's going on? I absolutely forgot to switch over. I was talking to a friend of mine and I lost track of time. I'm taking a look at who's on right now, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's many. Those that are on right now around our level are currently grouped. I was hoping to see the party from last night, but they weren't quite sure with Thanksgiving what's going on. Oh, by the way, to any Americans that might be hanging out, happy Thanksgiving. I know today's your turkey day. So we're sitting patiently for a bit to see if they log in. If not, we'll start advertising to see if we can get into a group. Maybe we can get back into Halnir's. But right now, there aren't a whole lot of people on, and I wholeheartedly blame the holiday. Just saying. It is definitely Thanksgiving. Right. It's a shame, man. We were given the shield last night, but we need level 20. We're not gonna be able to use it before the servers come down. There's no way I get level 20 by Saturday. I mean, we're close to 18. I mean, if we can get a group and go into Halnir's and kill in that same area, which is what we're gonna end up being strong-armed into, because the group is not gonna be strong enough to take on the ghosts, and to stay before that hallway is going to be too weak. So we might get 20% if we can get back into Halnir's. I mean, I'm just here for the crawl. That's all. I'm just here to enjoy the game up until the servers come down. And we only just got on. If I remember correctly, it took a few for them to come on. I'm not going to wait all night, but we'll wait a bit before I start looking for a group. If we can get the same group back on, or back together, that would be optimal. Anyhow, I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are having an alright Thursday. The middle of the country is due to get some disastrous snow over the weekend, and we still haven't seen any, which is interesting. I mean, it was a little cool today, but I wouldn't say it was fall. I mean, it's probably cold out there right now, but it wasn't earlier. And the only reason why I'm standing here, there's not really anything for us to do. I could go to the bank and pull out everything that we have in there and see about crafting, but there's not really much crafting we can do that's going to benefit us. Which is funny, because we have so much stuff in the bank, and it's all going to go away in, what, 48 hours? I'm not even sure what time Sunday the servers come down. If I had to guess, I would say it's probably around noon Eastern. Maybe? I think they've kept pledging open until Sunday evening, I want to say. Yeah, see, we have like mountain lion meat. We have a bunch of it. I can't do anything with it. There are no recipes in the game right now that use it. We tried. We have a bunch of copper ingots, but we can't do jewel crafting. We don't have enough of the other material. Saved all this stuff. I mean, I guess there's some cooking we could do, but we just did some the other day. We're good for the next 2 days. We won't have to worry about it. I threw all these weapons in the bank. We haven't pulled them back out yet. Hobgoblin rock card. That's wisdom. Interesting. Paladin and shaman. These got destroyed. These used to be 8 damage, and now this one's 3. Or they're both 3. Where was the... Didn't it just show 2 a second ago? That was weird. Where did we leave off trade skilling? So alchemy is 9, so blacksmithing is 26, brewing was 25, harvesting was maxed out. Highest skill was woodworking? Yeah, it looks like it was woodworking. I mean, woodworking came easy. We managed to do the complete quest line for the mining pick. That was pretty cool. But we got the max level mining pick. Oh, I see. They took the stat off it. Designer note, when professions are introduced, the bonus stats of this item will be changed. This used to have +1 to strength on it. They must have removed it. I shouldn't say must have. They did remove it on the last patch. And again, just like last night, if for some reason we can't get in a group, I'm not going to sit here all night trying to find one. Excuse me. So after a certain amount of time, we may end up switching games. I'm hoping we don't, but we might. If we do, it'll more than likely be Diablo 4. It might even be Destiny 2. I'm not 100%. I haven't done anything in Destiny 2 since the weekly reset, and there's some stuff I should get done. I usually try and save that for the weekend. Grouped, not grouped, too high, too low, too low, nope. We'll give it, what time is it? I mean, we only just went live. We'll give it 10 minutes. And if we don't hear from anybody in 10 minutes, we'll go ahead and start looking. If anybody has any questions about the game, I mean, feel free to ask. We never did get a relic. We have mastery points we can't use. I guess we can go out and try and kill a couple things and hopefully not get our butt kicked. Gotta be really careful out here. The bear's probably gray. That bear's gray. They're all gray. Viper's gray. I guess we can still attack something. Until the game fully renders everybody in the zone, you're going to see a bit of hitching. Did I just use... I just used Strike of Breaking and my sword disappeared. That intended? They might need to work on that. Hey Justin, hey Cross. You left EQ2 out of that? Oh, yeah, right, EQ2, yeah. I mean, I guess if I don't find a group, before I jump into the Diablo or Destiny, I could jump into EQ2. Oh, yeah, I could do that. I think I should still be able... Well, I mean, Crush would be on a live server anyways, so I wouldn't need all access. I was thinking about it today. I talked myself out of it last night, but I forgot that I didn't... I've been all access for like 30 years. So, you know, it came second nature that I was like, oh, I'll have to sign up again. But no, I won't. It's a live server. You only have to all access for the progression servers. I'd show you right now, but I don't want to leave the game in case the crew from yesterday happened to log in. That would be unfortunate, because they might log in, see I'm not here, might not be able to find anybody, and then they log out. Then I log back in, and all of a sudden I've missed them. But, I'm only going to give it a little bit more, and then we'll look at something. There's not a whole lot, excuse me, there's not a whole lot of people on right now. And I'm guessing it's the holiday and probably burnout. You know, 2 days till the servers come down, people probably don't want to spend their time. They probably want to do other stuff. Thanksgiving's going well. Glad to hear it. Actually, should I get bear tallow? I don't know. Let's see if we can get some bear tallow. Hey Muppet, what's going on? EQ2 is dead, the live servers that you play on. Oh, I'm not planning to quote-unquote play any EQ2 in any shape, fashion, or form. I just wanted to show Krushnek. I gotta put a torch on. With EA, do we get all the classes? I don't believe so. I believe Druid is still being worked on. There's no update on Bard. And I'm pretty sure Druid is the only main class right now that is not accessible. Will the Druid come in during EA? I should think so. They plan on having the Druid and the Summoner be porters. So, they're definitely going to want the Druid in during EA. Will it be there on launch? I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen any information about anybody playing a Druid, testing a Druid, nothing. The game deserves way more people for sure. I agree. We're not finding any bear tallow. I forget what it's used for. We were using it for something. And I think I have a couple in the bank still, but I can't remember what I used it for. There was a recipe, I think, or something that I would use. Servers will be down for like 2 weeks, right? Yes. Servers come down on December 1st, which is Sunday, and they're down until the 13th. The 13th is when they're planning to launch EA, or Early Access. And if you haven't, and I'm going to be a broken record about this, you know, if you haven't pledged to the game, if you plan on playing the game, you seriously may want to consider pledging now. Even if you don't play until launch, you may still want to pledge now because you're not going to be able to after Sunday, and you're going to save some money, or it'll be the exact same thing if you pledge now versus picking up the game when it launches. So it's up to you, but my honest opinion, and nobody's telling me to say this, but if you plan on playing Pantheon in any finished form, I highly recommend pledging. Save yourself a few dollars and get some bonuses. Head over to pantheonmmo.com, look at their pledges. I think the lowest one is the $50 pledge, and then look at what comes with it. I believe they have a breakdown. Hey, sir, what's going on? You haven't even seen Joppa do anything with the Druid? Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't expect the Druid to be available right at EA. But, who knows? Could be surprised. The banners coming back to the Warriors this week was a bit of a surprise, I believe. For the most part, I don't think the population was looking for it, or expecting it, but it happened. Pledging now for 50 gets you a buddy code, so that's 2 copies of the game for 50 bucks. Okay, thank you, Acer. Oh, so that's even better. So there you go. If you pledge to the game now, you get a buddy code or a second copy of the game. So you get 2 copies of the game for the 50. Whereas when the game comes out, you're going to pay 50 for the base game. So again, if you plan on playing Pantheon in its final form, pledge. Save yourself some money. Get some bonuses. Also, everybody here has Steam. Go wishlist it, please. Get more eyeballs. The more we wishlist it, the more eyeballs get on the game. We need this to happen. And when I say we, I mean all of us. Even if you guys never plan on playing the game, we all need this to happen. Just saying. We all need this to happen. So at least wishlist. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you anything. It's 5 seconds to go in, find the game, and wishlist it. I mean, look at it. Like I've said this before. I pledged to the game 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I never wanted a buyback. I never wanted a refund. Nothing. I'm in it. I'm in it to win it until this game comes out. I backed this game day one. What time is it? Should we start looking yet? Not quite. We've got a couple minutes still. Still nobody logged in at the moment. You bought Camelot Unchained. I think that was never coming out. Bought it years ago. I remember, man. I remember Camelot Unchained. What was it known as initially? No, it was Camelot Unchained initially. What was the new name? They changed names, right? Thanksgiving was okay. I've certainly had worse, that's for sure. You're right on. I'm right there with you. Didn't Camelot Unchained used to have a different name? Or didn't they change the name for it? I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. I think they changed the name. Camelot Unchained. Yeah, Unchained is in development apparently. For like 11 years. But what was the original name? No, not the company, but the name of the game changed. It wasn't always known as Camelot Unchained, I don't think. I thought they changed the name. There was DAOC, and then Camelot. Was it always Camelot Unchained? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game. I thought Camelot Unchained had a different name. But I guess not. I guess I was wrong. I'm looking here and I don't see it. Camelot Unchained entered beta phase 1 on July 31st, 2018. Maybe COVID did something to it. DAOC was the best game I ever played. This person must not have played many games. All they need to do is repackage DAOC with newer graphics. No, they need to do a lot more than that. People must be remembering DAOC weird. DAOC had its issues. DAOC wouldn't be popular today. You'd be better off taking DAOC and turn it into an extraction shooter. DAOC was okay, don't get me wrong. It wasn't fantastic. There's been better. I mean, opinions. Everybody's got opinions, I guess. I still don't see anybody. Nobody's on. Alright, let's try advertising for a group and see if we can find one, and then we'll go from there. I don't think we're gonna find a group. The right levels aren't on, and those that are already grouped. I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's too many people streaming Pantheon right now either. And again, it could be because of Thanksgiving. It's probably because of Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, okay. The upside of that is I don't have to wash dishes or put anything away. The downside is you don't have any leftovers. True. We're trying, people. We're trying to get something going. We can get a crawl going. It's not working. Oh, yeah. Oh, it definitely happens. It's just unfortunate. I like getting into a dungeon and crawling. You know, it makes for a good experience. It gets people to, you know, tune in, see what's going on, ask questions, get some interest in the game. doing stuff solo typically, you know, isn't very appealing to people. So if I went and focused on farming pelts and then went and did leatherworking, not many people that's going to tune in and check that out, right? But if I'm with a group of people killing something, that's a different story. Alright, I'm going to give looking for a group about, we'll say 15 minutes. If based on the time, if we can't get something in the next 15 minutes going, then I'm just going to switch over. We're just going to switch games. I don't want to sit here and bore you guys. And I know you guys are looking to see Pantheon content. Although I will say there is, you know, there's a couple other streams happening, so, you know. I think one of the streams, they're in the Goblin Caves, which for those who don't know, that's one of the first quote-unquote dungeon areas you'll go into. I believe you can go in there around level 6, level 7, and you could probably stay in there till about 12. You could probably push 13, but the XP wouldn't be as good. Yeah, all the people putting groups together are looking for low level. Everybody's low level, man. Everybody's looking level like 5 to level 10. It doesn't do us any good. I mean, maybe we could run around and show some stuff. I don't know if anybody hasn't already seen stuff. You know, we pop by the fort. Can't get too close to the fort. Could pop by the manor. Show people the manor. I gotta remember not to divulge any secrets, though. I gotta keep that stuff to myself. I ruined too many of them yesterday. I gotta stop giving people the leg up. I need them to get punched in the nose like I did. .306 block rating, 280 block rating, level 20 shield versus level 3. I feel like there's an issue there. You gotta go up 17 levels just to get +3 to block. I mean, armor better hold a significant calculation in survivability. Because right now, the block rating and the block value aren't doing it for me. Let me go to the desktop just for a second. Let me see if I still have EQ2 set up here. I gotta double check. There's the client. Does it load the game? Or the launcher? Oh, the launcher might crash me out, maybe. The launcher shouldn't crash me out. The game would crash me out, but the launcher shouldn't. Ooh, they changed the splash screen. Oh, the new expansion is out. Scars of Destruction. Oh no, it's doing an update. The stream's about to go ridiculous. You guys are going to start getting jankiness, I think. I apologize in advance for what's about to happen. I was hoping to see the other people from last night because one of them was close to leveling. I couldn't stay long enough to get them to level last night. But I told them if they jumped in this evening, we'd go get them their level. But then again, like I said, it's Thanksgiving, so I'm not expecting any American players to be available. And the other servers don't have a population. There are 5 servers showing in the server list, and 4 of them are empty, again, just like yesterday. And to be honest, this server, the 4-piece pie chart at the beginning when you're picking a server, this server is usually full. This server was at half. So, there's definitely much less people today. Now, I'm guessing it'll probably pick up after I log. I would think because midnight Eastern, I mean, that puts, what, 9 p.m. West Coast? 10 p.m. East Coast? People probably have their family ushered off. They're away from the table. Dishes are done. Nothing on TV, oh, except football. Oh. EQ's2 is updating in the background, and it hasn't crashed the stream. Interesting. I haven't dropped any frames. I mean, I just jinxed myself, but... looking for a group 7 to 9. Looking for a group 7 to 10. Yeah, doesn't help us. I was half tempted to start a shaman. Just to mess around and see what a shaman is like for the first few levels, but then I decided against it. Group looking for a healer around level 10. You'll like it way too much. Now, some people from the group know that I stream. They found out yesterday, so maybe, you know, if I can't find a group and we end up jumping out to look at something else, maybe they pop in and let me know that they're here. Then we can always jump back over. Nope. Nope, can't even put a group together. It looks like I can get a wizard and that's it. That doesn't help us. We could go out. Oh, you know what? I think I'll wait till... Probably wait till Saturday night. We'll see if we can do something silly Saturday night. I got an idea. I just had an idea pop into my head. I don't want to wait till Sunday because I don't know if I'm going to be on early enough. I don't know what time the servers are coming down. I'm guessing the servers will be down before I end up going live. I gotta say, I really like the fact that they changed the armor, like they updated the armor to make it look more like what it is, rusted chain. Because now it actually looks like rusted chain. I'm still having a difficult time with the helm. They really need to fix that. Your eyes, and I mean, there can't be that big of a movement in your forehead to move your hat when you blink. See? I wonder, was anybody showing as being in Halnir's? Can we run over to Halnir's and see? Halnir. Okay, there's a group in there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 in there. Maybe the rest of the group is running there. You know what? Let's take a run over there. Put the shield on just in case we get aggro. I saw there's quite a big fuss with the World of Warcraft hardcore server. Any of you guys taking part in that? Any of you guys WoW heads? Man, I can't get enough of the lighting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think the group might already be over there. You value your time. Except when I expend it on Pantheon. I hear ya. Just trying to think, what could I do between the 1st and the 13th? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think I have it in me to start a World of Warcraft character. I think I just aggro to Spider. Nope, we got far enough away. Perfect. You imagine Mr. EQ rolls a WoW character? I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there are plenty of EQ players that are playing World of Warcraft or have played World of Warcraft. That might be their 6th player right there, auto-running into a wall. Guessing they're trying to stay online. There's Tapo. I think we were grouped with Tapo a couple nights ago. There's only 4 in here that are tied to a group. The shaman is not. The shaman's not in the entrance, so the shaman's probably in the safe room. Front room is up, so I would say they're probably in the safe room. Wait a minute, does your LFG tag come off when you zone? I just hit LFG just as a test, and when I hit enter, it says you are now shown as looking for group. But I turned it on when I was at the Bindstone. I didn't know that was a thing. Because they do have both messages. They do have a you are now looking for group and you are no longer looking for group. So that's not it. So it must come off when you zone. Interesting. If that's the case, that's going to make it a headache for players when they come back in game. Put the LFG tag on, they'll zone, it'll come off, they won't know it's off. They'll run around wondering why nobody's picking them up. I hope that's not the case. Nobody's on. Alright, let me see how that update's doing. Maybe we'll jump into EQ2 just for a few minutes, and then jump back over afterwards. I can't sit here doing nothing. The downloaded file is incomplete or was corrupted? Wait, what? Maybe it won't download if it's not in the foreground? No, that doesn't make sense. Halls of Fate server restart? What is that? Oh, that's just a patch. Scars of Destruction is live. New heroic zones, new raid zones, new zones. Oh, they got West. Wow, they put Western Wastes and Dragon Necropolis in EQ2 now? I mean, I guess they had to. I don't think they have much for land left. Hey, there we go, look. This is worthwhile. Look at these toques here. This would be pretty good. EverQuest 2. I should look at getting one of those. Or they call them beanies, I guess. Yeah. Well, it's downloading again. Oh, now it hit this. I think now it just affected the stream. All right, now you guys might get some lag. It can't be avoided. I guess it can be. Gonna get me Oh, no, no, no. You won't get me rehooked to EQ2. The only way I would stay in EQ2 at this point is if I knew a guild. If I knew a guild and I knew the players in the guild, it could be a problem. But thankfully I don't, and none of the people I was guild with play anymore, that I know of. Oh, let me tell you a brief little... Oh, hang on now. What's going on here? We might actually have a group. Uh-oh. Is there a problem? Wait, let me see what's going on. Is there a problem with the YouTube? No, that should be fine. Network should still be good. Network is still good. Cool. Looks like we have a group. Oh, okay. I guess I'm tanking. Okay, here we go. Oh, good luck on the run. Yes, thank you, sir. A whole bunch of new people that I'm not familiar with, so we'll see how this goes. I like pugs, man. Gives me a good idea of the player base, rather than just running with a static. I mean, I'm sure that'll change at some point. Oh, hang on, people. Let me see what's going on here. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, hang on a second, guys. They asked me to join their voice. Everybody's loud. Okay, I'm going to try and pay attention to you guys' chat, but I might be a little distracted. There's a lot of chatter going on here with this group. I'm guessing they all know each other. Maybe they're all part of the same guild. I have no idea. But they had asked me to join, I guess, for their group. Who else? Saxer and Senthiel? Hey, Morphling, what's happening? How's similar are the Pantheon classes to the classic EQ classes? Kind of similar, but not really. I will say, the classes in Pantheon, from my experience playing the Warrior and the Necromancer, vast improvements over the EQ classes. So much to do. The Necromancer's phenomenal. At least up to level 19. I can't speak after that. 14, 16, 16, 17, 15. Safe room, I guess. Well, tell him to get rid of the bind stones near here, and tell all the other players to stop whining about not being able to bind stone everywheres. The whole purpose of this game is to explore. Pull up your bootstraps, act like an adult, not a 10-year-old who wants everything yesterday. Sorry, a little grouchy about it. So with Kabbalists, I typically line of sight them, and then with Ravagers, I'll get the first Ravage, and if my interrupt is down, I'll move behind them, but obviously make sure you're not standing in front of the Ravager when he starts to Ravage at whatever it is, 80%. Ravagers next. Yeah, the morphling. The really nice thing I like about this, with EQ, as you may be aware with classes like the Warrior, there's not a whole lot for the Warrior to do skill-wise until you get, like, higher level, like, towards endgame, towards raiding. In this game, the Warrior's got a lot of cool little tricks they can do. The fact that we now have banners in the game, which is pretty cool, you'll see them... You'll see it in a second during this fight. I'll put a banner down. Warriors get banners which do their 30-second buff, AoE buff. So if I put one down right now, you'll see it right here. My banner of Onslaught. This particular banner increases melee damage for the group. I also have a banner that increases my threat. I have a banner that increases my block and parry. I think we have two other banners as well, but I forget what they do because I never use them. So down here, these 3 skills right here, this is my banner for melee DPS, this is my banner for block chance and block rating, and this is my banner for threat in case I need it. You can only plant 1 banner at a time. Now, I can have up, if I wanted, all 4 or 5 banners, but with the other skills that we have, you kind of have to make decisions as to what to run. If you guys want to stick to the right, we can move into the hallway, or to the stairwell. Tunnel, whatever the frig it is. Another Ravager coming. Chances are the Cabalist may aggro also. Ravager first. And in case anybody happens to wonder, I don't need the bag, I don't need the ring. Not that it matters, because in 50 hours the game is down anyways. Which is funny, because I've been grouped the past 3 nights, and you should see all the people that are still concerned with looting absolutely everything. And I'm like, you can't use that. Yeah, another Ravager coming. Can anyone in group utilize expose? That's okay. Go ahead and mez it. We can drop off now. And of course, in case you don't know, please stay away from the walls. I only say that because I keep line of sighting, and I always kiss the wall and I end up getting stuck, and it annoys the shit out of me. That was my bad. The roamer into the left must have been closer to the entrance. Or the opening. My bad. Oh, Mez broke. That's all my bad. I screwed up. I shouldn't have done that. I goofed that one up. I take responsibility. I'm always forgetting about in the next chamber, there's a roamer on the left that walks back and forth periodically. And the first couple times I've been in here, I've had no problem pulling that entrance. But the last couple nights, I've always pulled that guy to the left. And yo, this is a pretty solid group just from listening to them talk. This should be a pretty good night. Another good night. Look, man, I gotta say, man, we met quite a number of sour players in the beginning of Season 6 being here. But man, the last 2 weeks, I've met so many solid people. It's been great. I hope this keeps up. I doubt it will. I'm sure when early access starts, all the whiners and trolls will be back, I'm sure. In my head, common sense would dictate that that would happen. But hopefully all these people that I've met, hopefully I've managed to hook up with again, you know, during early access. Hey, El Gordo, what's happening? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Have you guys been in for a long period of time? What do you guys think of the weapon change with the stat inclusion? Do you think it was balanced out, or do you think there's balance? I know people complain that their weapons got cut in half, but I feel like with the stats being active. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I got the Warden's Blade and I was excited, and then they put in the patch and it went from 20 damage down to 10, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start crying. Oh, look, my weapon's got that bug glitch again. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? You guys just chilling? Watching another fantastic crawl with Krushnek? Ooh, should that be the name of the streams? Crawlin' with Krushnek? We'll spell crawlin' with a K? You doing good? Right on. Glad to hear it, man. Hi, my name's Krushnek. I break mezzes. Hey, DeSanguis, what's happening? I was about to ask how the crawl was going. Yeah, see, there we go, man. We gotta start using crawl with a K now. It's appropriate. Yeah, typically when I go to pull, what I normally do if there's more than one, I'll range the first one, and then when they all aggro, I'll turn off my attack, and I'll stand there until they get to me, and then whichever one's mezzed, I'll move away, and then have the unmezzed come to me, and that's the one that we jump. That way, you know, you don't screw up the targeting. Targeting can be rough in this game because I find you have to, like, target twice in order to get your target every now and then. That's a little weird. Yep. Yeah, I'm all too familiar with breaking the incidental mez. I drove enchanters crazy. We can hug left. Yeah, we can go ahead and hug left and come down, and then we'll just circumvent those guys. We'll go to the safe room. Okay, both door guards are nullifiers, so magic's gonna be pretty useless against them. Try that, run back to the group. There's already a trap on the stairs, so I'm guessing if the mez doesn't work, the trap should work, and then... There he is. Crew boss is here by the door. I'm gonna wait till he walks away before I pull. By the way, those of you that are taking notes, do not do that pull like I just did. The only reason I openly pulled that is because the crew boss I was just told is bugged. So we'll get the crew boss in a second. But I knew the crew boss wasn't going to aggro. If the crew boss hadn't have been bugged, we would have had 4 mobs there and that would have been a problem. And I'm going to stop talking because that's giving away stuff that I shouldn't be giving away. I said I wasn't going to keep doing that. Which is very hard to do because I'm the type of person that when I'm running through stuff like a dungeon or even if I'm playing a single player game, I'll talk and explain what I'm doing so at least you guys as the viewers can see what I'm getting at. But now I gotta stay quiet. I don't want to ruin too much for you guys. I'm ready. Go ahead. We have 2 on the next pull. One of them's a drowsy. That's the one we'll get first. The other one might be bugged. Yeah, that's weird, because that's 100% a 2 pull. They saw me and they're like, not this guy again. I've been in here like the last 4 days. I tell you, I've been hooked. I've been hooked. I've been thoroughly hooked. Yeah, I've got a big history with the McQuaidverse. So when I found out this game was launching, like back in what 2014, I was like, oh, I gotta back it. So I backed it. I've been waiting a decade to get in here. I was Nope, not me. I was in EQ for a long time, and then I don't know if you guys remember the history of EQ, but Brad left like 4 years in because of where Sony was going with it, and then he came out with Vanguard. I ended up in the Vanguard beta. I ended up becoming the in-game warrior class lead, so I actually worked with Sigil to build the warrior and pretty much the game, and I fell in love with it, and the game was flawless until the end of beta, and then they implemented a patch to the warehouse district, which broke the game, and then they launched the game broken, and everybody thinks the game came out broken. But I keep whining and telling everybody that I was a 50 diplomat, 50 crafter, 50 warrior. It was phenomenal. They broke it towards the end of beta and they did not fix it. And I don't think Sony gave them the option. Yeah, they were. The Blood Mage was one of the most unique classes ever created as far as I'm concerned. The only problem was the Blood Mage was overpowered because I used to get in arguments with the Blood Mage class lead and I kept telling him, you gotta tone it down, man. I can roll a Blood Mage and do group content. This doesn't make sense. You guys can move into me if you want to. Yeah, I've been head over heels in just about everything Brad McQuaid touched. So again, like I said, when it was getting closer and closer to the pre-alphas, I was like, okay, they gotta let me in, and then he passes, and I'm like, oh no, now the project's gonna disappear. What do I do? And I'm like, I'm gonna stay faithful. And then I saw the announcement when like Joppa and Bendine and I think it was Savannah came on, and they talked about the game and how they had plans to keep working on it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna keep the pledge. I'm gonna have faith. And the main reason is because the only other option right now is Ashes, and out of these two games, Pantheon's got my tent. Like, I don't think I would last in Ashes, being an EQer. I just don't see myself in Ashes, and I need an MMO. Good plan. I was in EQ from launch. I picked it up day one when I first saw it in one of the video game stores that that was dating myself, but that's a long time ago. I was in it for about 9 years as a cleric. I was well regarded. I guess you would consider me a worldwide raid cleric. People knew who I was. It wasn't a big deal. It's not a brag thing. It's just the way it was. But I was a cleric for 9 years, and then I got the wind of this game called Vanguard that was being worked on. And at the time, I was thinking to myself, you know, I'm really tired of people pointing fingers at the cleric, or the healer, or the tank. Oh, hang on a second. Fantastic. I remember... Yeah. I remember Quester. I don't know if I should tell these guys my long history. Ashes looks like... Oh, sorry, KHB, I didn't see you there. What level are you? We're level 17 currently. Ashes is going to be such a toxic game with toxic players, mostly from... Yeah, Acer, I hate to say it, but I believe the same thing. I believe the same thing. And I can safely say, I believe those players won't last in this game, which is a selling point to me. Man or beast. Thank you. I mean, man or beast. Yeah, man or beast is better. Am I a VIP backer? I am not. I'm a champion. Well, I wouldn't even consider myself a champion backer. I've been a backer since like 2015 or 2014, so I backed the game before there was a VIP. I just never got in because VIPs took precedence. It was too rich for my blood. But I kept my pledge through all their woes and whatnot. Okay, Room, you too, man. Through all their woes or whatnot, I stayed faithful. I could probably count on my hand how many people follow suit. But I am not a VIP backer. I'm a champion backer. I mean, technically, if we're talking... Okay. You know, talking about older MMOs... Uh-oh. They don't have priority speak. Everybody's talking over each other. I didn't think they would give refunds. Can you get refunds? I maybe KHP? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Yeah, as far as graphical MMOs go, before EQ and Ultima Online, I'm just going to say Meridian 59. Next to nobody's heard about it. Yeah, Meridian 59 was out a little bit before EQ and Ultima Online had come out, but unfortunately it didn't go anywhere. The first time he used that ability on me when I was in here for the first time, and he cast that on me and I dropped to the ground and did that little screaming emote, I sat back in my chair and I said, what did I just aggro? And then I realized it was an animation to a stun and I'm like, oh my god, that they got me. They got me. Did you guys want to post up these stairs here and me pull into there, or what do you guys want to do? That's fine. That would have been the smarter option. We'll do that now. I missed. I resisted. Missed again. I don't know what's happening. I never missed this. Shield wall. It's skill's called shield wall. You'll see the wooden shield under his name. Shield wall puts a mitigation thing on him that makes the fight 10 times longer. So typically healers... True, but typically it's designed to let healers run out of mana. Well, that makes me comfortable. That was shield slam. You're good. He has shield slam and shield wall. Okay, we have our base of operations. This is not a WoW crowd game. I agree, my friend. I agree. That's what I'm counting on. No offense to WoW players. Let them have their WoW and play WoW. WoW's a perfectly fine game, but it's not Pantheon. And most people of a crappy attitude will sit tight in a game where they can actually be successful on their own or in small settings. This is not that game. This won't be that game. So, fingers crossed, they'll all go to ashes. Now, mind you, at some point I probably will play ashes just to give it a shot. But I will say one thing. I was linked a video today that showed a raid encounter in ashes. And I was a little disappointed, but the reason I was disappointed was because the fight had a couple of AoE abilities that took up most of this giant chamber where the mobs were. And as the raid was fighting, I noticed that all 30 people, or however big a raid is, they were all spread out and shooting stuff. It was all ranged. There was either stabs, wands, bows, lasers, bullets, frisbees, whatever. Everybody was standing at range, and I'm thinking, is this going to be a ranged game? I saw one person out of like the 30 that actually ran into the named and started tanking. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm starting to have second thoughts here about this game, because if you can get through the game by just having a group of people stay 5 miles away and just shoot things to death, that's not fun. That's not fun. I don't understand people's mentality to enjoy playing that. That's not fun. This is fun. The group has to pay attention. Everybody has to be good. A crawl is up. Fights are up close. I'll take them. I would never say no. Yeah. No. If it's involving people dying, forget it. The only tricky mob in here is the ghost. Like, I've pulled this entire hallway, so that's not an issue. Bum 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 bum. I'm only here for the crawl. I'm 17. The XP is not good for me at all here, but I'm with you guys for the crawl. Like, you guys are getting phenomenal XP, you 14s and 15s and 16s, but I could care less. I'm just here for the crawl for the next 2 days. Yes, I agree. What zone is the dungeon in? We are in Halnir's Cave, which is in Avendir's Pass, or AVP for short. It's a dungeon that you can come into at level 11, and apparently it's a dungeon that's good up to level 30. It's a big place, apparently. And that's pretty significant, because not many games can say you can jump in at level 11 and come out at level 30. Yeah, I've been a very tiny streamer for like the past decade, and I'm trying to stream as much as I can out of this game, so rather than focus on trying to do solo stuff and trade skilling, I'm trying to get as many groups in as possible so I can at least show people who tune in, you know, what the game's about, because I need all the attention possible on this thing, because I need this to come out, as I mentioned to you guys earlier. We don't have another option. It's this or nothing. There is no other MMORPG being worked on right now that is in the vein of EQ, Vanguard, Pantheon, whatever. It's all WoW-ish, Final Fantasy-ish, like more active. And I've played them all. I've got max levels in them all. I've rated in them all. But this, I need this to happen. Well, that is fantastic to know. That is fantastic to know. I'm getting some interesting information. I need this too. I hear you, and I've played them all too. Yeah. We need this. We need this to happen. This has to come to life. Yeah, and it's crazy when you think about the size of the development teams for the other titles compared to this. It's crazy. Are you streaming on other platforms as well? Recently, since playing Pantheon, I've been streaming to YouTube also. I used to upload stuff to, so I don't really do a whole lot with YouTube. I had some viewers years ago who had asked me, when I first started streaming like a decade ago, they'd asked me if I could... Oh, gotcha. Hang on a second. Anyways, it's a very tiny stream, but I need this game to get a lot of attention. So, I could stream to more, but I think I'm only allowed to stream to 2, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. I thought about doing like TikTok, but that's just weird. That's not for me, I don't think. I don't think I would get along on TikTok. Hey, Virulent, what's happening? This game is wonderful? Yes, I agree. Fantastic. I'm glad you see it. I keep getting the odd troll coming in here and sending me messages about the game and how it doesn't look good and doesn't play well. I'm like, really? I said, this game plays fantastic. This game looks like it should. Like, it's a dark and dismal group crawl. Like, this looks phenomenal. People that are trying to start stuff, it's crazy to me because, like, I'm too old for that crap, right? That's how I look at it. But this has been fantastic. I have met some fantastic people. I'm looking forward to early access. Like, we had conversations last night. A couple people thought that the combat looks clunky in the game. And it's not that it's clunky. It's that it's more realistic. Like, when you think about someone holding an axe and whatnot, and the way they swing, like, you don't swing like you're whirlwinding in Diablo 4, right? It's not a thing. You're not running around the map like on WoW or what have you. Like it's more grittier, if that's a word. There's nothing clunky here. Like this is all intentional. You're not meant to be liquid fast. That was never the purpose of this game even 11 years ago. I think the game looks fantastic. The art style, I'm on board with. I mean, really, the truth is, if this isn't your game, you don't need to type about it. You don't need to think about it. Just move on. Watch a different game. Like why people decide to hang out on streams or on YouTube channels and type negative messages. Like most of us are just going to ignore them. And first impressions would be that that's a poor player, no matter what game they're in. So, I don't know what to tell you. And obviously, I'm not directing it at you guys. I'm just saying, it happens. Wait till early access starts. Wait till early access starts and the population on the servers goes up. You'll see more trolls showing up. The fact, I was saying this to my stream the other night, and I've probably said it 50 times since then. The fact that you can't go anywhere in this game without sound is phenomenal. Like, they learned from EQ, because EQ's got many dead zones. And the fact that I've got sounds everywhere I go, whether I'm outdoors, indoors, town, dungeon, whatever, is fantastic, because it just adds to the feel of the game. I mean, you know, tone deaf is a thing, you know, just saying. I'm just teasing. I'm too old to start trolling other adults on the internet. That's not a thing. First thing I do before I jump into any game is I take the master volume and I put it down to about 70, and that's perfect for me. That's too low. But what works for you doesn't work for me, and that's cool. Man, the crew boss spawned on me just as I pulled the guard and then did that stupid knockdown animation. That was such bad luck. That was such bad luck. The crew boss wasn't there a second ago. She was there. I knew she was there, but he wasn't there, and then all of a sudden he was there. Let's go! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going down again. That was just bad luck. That happens. That happens. We got a solid team, though. We're good. We're good. Yeah, that was just absolute garbage luck. I opened the gate and stepped out to pull her, and then as I turned around, he spawned behind me, and his opening attack was that stupid fake death thing. So I guess technically he got me again. Okay. Now, there's a weird clipping thing that's happening here that we saw last night. We're not seeing the wall, but we're seeing the gate. I can clearly see the spawns, which you're not supposed to be able to see. I can see the crew boss that roams down the hall, which you're not supposed to be able to see. I can see those two. I'm not supposed to be able to see because of the staircase. And I can see the previous room lower level with this guy, and I'm not supposed to see him. So whatever happens this far back, I'm not sure, but there's some kind of clipping thing that's happening that's showing us part of the map we're not supposed to be seeing. I think it's the way the borders are drawn. I think we're close to the border of that previous region. See, if I go to the top of the stairs, see? It all fills in normally. But if I come back to this pillar, it happens. The wall goes away. So it's like drawing distance. Oh man, early access, early access. We got 2 weeks to early access. It's crazy that my entire friends list in this game is all pickup group people. All of them. Just people you meet randomly. Hey Ferris, what'll be the most in-demand class? Oh, good question. In-demand class? Well, I mean, you're gonna need a cleric. You're probably gonna get your fair share. So, this is gonna be difficult. In my opinion, honest opinion, I would say you'd want to play a cleric, a rogue, an enchanter, a paladin, a dire lord, a monk, a summoner, wizard. I think that's all classes, right? That's all classes. All classes. All classes. Don't feel like there's going to be some narrowed down ultimate option. There isn't. You can run with dire lords, you can run with paladins. When I first came to the game, a lot of people crapped all over the warrior, said the warrior wasn't supposed to be a tank, the warrior can't tank, the warrior's going to be a DPS class that moves around the combat and so on. Those people are full of baloney, to be polite. Like, it's mind-blowingly ignorant for them to have said that. The first thing I did was roll a warrior just in spite. Warrior's fantastic. Don't listen to anybody else. Listen to me. Listen to me. If you want a tank, warrior. Fantastic. All the classes are really... Oh, I left out Necromancer. Necromancer. I've never played a Necromancer before, and I played a Necromancer during Season 6 here because I wasn't going to roll a warrior until Ogres came in the game, but Ogres weren't in the game at the beginning of Season 6, so I decided to roll a Necromancer thinking, well, that's a throwaway class, I'm not going to get addicted to it, and I'm not going to care. So we'll play the Necro through Season 6 and see what happens. I fell in love with the Necro. I realized all the different things you can do with the Necro. I believe Pantheon's Necromancer is probably the best iteration of a Necromancer I've ever seen, and that includes EQ, EQ2, WoW, whatever else, Final Fantasy, Arcage, Terra,
Rift, Horizons, DAOC, Lineage, Aeon, Wildstar, all of them. The Necromancer in this game is just wild. And we only got the Necromancer to level 19, which is crazy, because the end game I believe is 40. So who knows what happens between 19 and 40. But for in-demand classes, typically, you're always going to want a tank, and you're always going to want heals. So, with that train of thought, I would say Warrior, Paladin, Dire Lord, Cleric. Those are your classes. Those are your most in-demand classes. Almost everybody will be rolling DPS. I promise you. We'll sit here during the beginning of Early Access, and I'll do some who-alls as we go through the game, and you'll see that most of the population is going to be DPS. I promise you. That's what's going to happen. That's how it always goes. No matter what you're playing, it always goes that way. It's like 20-20-60. 20% tank, 20% heal. Shamans can heal. Shamans can heal. But shamans don't heal with the same efficiency as clerics do, but clerics don't buff like a shaman can. Shamans are king, man. Shamans will light you up with 7 different buffs and throw heals at you. But there are a number of people who have been playing clerics who almost never run out of mana based on how they play. So clerics can be a lot more stable in tricky situations that involve like emergency healing, serious healing. Shamans add a lot more utility than a cleric does. But yes, shamans can heal as well. And druids will be able to heal also when they come in game. I think we're waiting for our 6th to log in. Last Epoch is best Necro you've ever played. Different genre. It is a different genre, yes. Yeah. I mean, Diablo, you could say Diablo, you could say Grim Dawn, you could say Path of Exile, you know, you could say all the action RPGs. They all have their own unique takes on Necromancer, but as far as MMORPGs go, what I've discovered with the level 19 Necromancer in this game is that it's fantastic. It's not just like your typical solo DPSer. The fact that your pet can be summoned at your level or a level or 2 higher, the fact that you can gear your pets, and when I say gear your pets, I'm not talking EQ gear, I'm talking weapons and armor. Like, these guys really nailed the Necromancer. You have your life drain, you have mana feed, you have crowd control for both undead and living. Dude, the Necromancer is phenomenal. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm like 70% into 17, so as long as I can keep 17 for the next 2 days, I'm good. I don't care about leveling. La. Hang on, what was I just looking at? Was that the basement? Hang on. What was I just looking at? I just saw some kind of bridge here, and then some kind of lower chamber there. There it is again. What are we looking at? Right there. That glow. That's like ore. Or crystals. Yeah, there's a lower level there too. That must be where the ghosts are. If you go through this doorway here, this ghost here, this Ultherian, if you go through the door here that he's guarding, there's another door here along this wall, and you go here, there's a stairwell that goes down, but it's like level 20 plus ghosts. We're a little too low for them. Hey, 2 scales. Oh, you had asked about the shaman heals. Gotcha. Well, I tell you, I started season 6 and I met some doozies. Now, what I mean by that is, if I don't know if you guys ever did this, but old school EQ, when we used to have notepads and not WordPad, the front of my notepad was all the people I would group with every day, 8 days a week, 25 hours a day, and the back end of the book would be people I wouldn't want to see for the next 50 years. Yeah. I start. Yep. Hey, Monterey's got a corpse. This is Monterey's other corpse from last night. Dude, he didn't know where this was. Oh, man, is he on? He is on. Oh, watch this. Dude, you're not gonna believe me, but I'm looking at that lost corpse of yours. For me, you Wait, is that a fresh Monterey corpse from tonight? Okay, because I was grouped with Monterey last night and we lost one of his corpses and couldn't find it, and I just sent him a tell that I'm standing in front of his lost corpse, but it's not his lost corpse, so he still has a lost corpse. Shit. You guys just ruined it for me. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Oh, he's joining? Okay. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Pagan cleric will be most needed? Yes, for sure. I agree. This ghost already has shield wall up, so this is going to be a long fight. Oh, it's gonna take forever. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. No! Oh, shoot. He just reapplied. Why am I missing that all of a sudden? I was hitting it like 90% last night, and I've hit for zero. I've interrupted at 0% tonight. What is happening? They've done something. Somebody's watching me. This is insane. I tried to interrupt shield wall 5 times tonight, and I'm 0 for 5. Last night I was like 4 for 6. Look, dodged again. He doesn't have avoidance. Man, I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. There it goes again. Mine was down. We'll probably try and do it at about 2%. Maybe 5%. There he goes. Missed again. Last night I was in here, and I interrupted shield wall probably 10 out of 12 casts. Tonight, I'm not kidding, I'm 0 for 7. I will not, but if that's the Praetorius shield, I've got one. Oh. Gotcha. I won't be hitting 20. I really do. I don't care about loot at this point. Come on. Oh, these guys don't know how to open the door? Is that what's happening here? Open the door. Open the door. Or just walk through the door. Sure, whatever. Come with me, if you don't want to live. Yo, I'm taking a beating. Opinions on preferred group balance. So here's the thing. Now, first off, I am not blowing smoke, and I am not kissing butt for this game, as much as I'm enjoying this game. But I'll tell you this. As far as preference goes, you want 1 tank, 1 healer, at least 1 CC, and then whoever else. Now, with that said, a person could go, well, what tank, what healer, what CC? Let me tell you. Your tank could be any of the tanks. Warrior, Paladin, Dire Lord. Your healer, right now you have 2 options. You have the Cleric, you have the Shaman. The Cleric is more of a mass healer, meaning heals for bigger health. The shaman has more utility because the shaman has all the buffs. So, your decision. Now, if you want to take on content that might be a little bit difficult for the group, say a level, maybe 2 levels higher than the group, and yes, levels matter that much in this game, you may want to go with a cleric over a shaman as far as having a main healer. However, if you can get a cleric and a shaman in your group, you're damn near invincible. Period. Now, as far as CC goes, typically, the old-fashioned of us would say enchanter, right? Because we all know enchanters are CC, especially when it comes to games like EverQuest or whatnot. However, what Visionary Realms, or what the Pantheon people have done with the rogue is phenomenal. The rogue, so for those of you who grew up playing EQ or play EQ currently, you guys know that the rogue is a rare breed to find in a group. A lot of people don't like having a rogue in their group for whatever stupid reason, unless they're picking locks. In this game, the rogue can do anything. The rogue can't tank, but the rogue can DPS and the rogue can CC. They gave the rogue traps. The rogue can put traps down on the map or in the game or what have you. That's almost like a root that'll actually hold enemies. You can run a dungeon without an enchanter for Mez. You just get a rogue. Like I can't say that anybody at all. I will tell you now, my honest opinion, as someone who's played everything. Oh, I just might have made this messy. I think there's 3, including a boss. There should only be 3. There should be 2 from the room to the left and the boss. Sorry guys, as I was saying, if you listen to anybody playing Pantheon that turns around and says specific classes should be used for certain things, do not listen to those people. Period. Play what you're gonna play. These guys seem to have done a phenomenal job with what we're running right now with, we have a ranger, we have an enchanter, we have a cleric, we have a summoner, and we have a rogue. So here's what I would say. If you go back and look at my last 3 videos from yesterday, the day before, probably Monday, whatever, the last 4 Pantheon videos that I have, I run with different groups every night. I don't know these people. This is a pickup group. I run with 4 different pickup groups in the last week, and they've all been different classes, and it's all been phenomenal. No problems except silly mistakes. So again, if anybody tells you that specific classes should be used in specific situations, those people are full of baloney. Period. That's me. I might die here. Nope, we're good. That strike of breaking hurts. We got him. I will say this. For Pantheon and the game and the classes, and please listen to me when I say this, it's the person at the keyboard that makes the class. All of these classes seem to have been phenomenal, and I've been in this game since, I think, Season 3. So, all these classes have been fantastic, and it's the person playing the class that makes the difference. That's what I will tell you. Anybody who tells you there's a preferred... The only preferred class you need to worry about is the fact that I will be a warrior, period. That's all. That's all. I have no interest in playing any other classes. I'm afraid to go back on the... See, look, there's a trap right there from the rogue. That's the same thing as a Mez. which is fantastic. So what you do is, you guys good? Alright, I'm gonna walk people, whoever gets stuck in the trap, we get the other one. Perfect. Now that guy's gonna stay CC'd for about a minute, which is fantastic. I love this game. I love what they've done with the classes in this game. I can safely say that. No, I'm not being paid. No, I don't work for them. No, I don't know anybody in the company. I'm just really enjoying this game. Hey, Centhiel, what's happening? Thanks, man. I enjoyed it. It's been fun. That's probably me. Nope, you're not. Well, your characters are. Your characters are. Well, I just want to say thank you. I do my best. Again, I've said this to you guys tonight. I need this to happen. This has to, like, period. I need this to happen. I just got a glowing compliment from somebody in the group. That's why I need this. Oh yeah, the rogue can put out 2 traps. And see, here's the thing. A lot of people who haven't played the game for an extended period of time, especially this more current version of the game, so let's say within the last 3 months, they all have their opinions about what they've read online and what they've heard people whine and complain about. The team is too small, the team is too slow, progression is a drudge, blah blah blah, the game is 5% finished, the game won't come out for 20 years. It's all nonsense, man. It's all nonsense. You gotta be patient, you gotta give them time. They started steamrolling through this game about a year ago, the beginning of the year, and it's been fantastic. It's been phenomenal for them. All the best in the world. So anybody that's out there that has these unfortunately crappy, lackluster opinions, you need to revisit the game. The game is not what it was a year ago. Or you just need to hang out here and listen to me gush about the game. Why those comments don't matter, right? I'll get viewers every now and then that'll jump in and they'll type some snide comment and you know, and I know it's not in jest. Believe me, I have a very solid understanding, and it's just childish. These are grown adults that act like 10-year-olds, and I don't understand. Anything short of a mental deficiency is the only justifiable reason I can think of as to why somebody would type whatever they type when it comes to that. But man, these are grown adults acting like kids, and it's wild. We have 2 workers coming in, one of them's agile, so we'll get them first. Okay, that's fine. We'll get the other. Player matters most then. How do I get good at this game? You just play the game, man. Listen, I'm going to be perfectly honest. A lot of players will jump into these games, and when I say these games, I mean MMORPGs, and they'll face roll. They won't really care about 90%. They'll focus on the 10%. They'll focus on the fact that maybe they're playing the game with their spouse, or maybe they're playing with guildies from another game. You really need to sit and think about, how would this class play? If I'm in this situation, what would I do as this class? What skills are available to me at level 5? Okay, well, maybe in this situation I could do this. Okay, I'll try that. So you get in a group, or you go out solo and you experiment and test some stuff. Maybe you die a couple of times. Maybe you get familiar with what mobs drop what type of loot. You just need to play the game. That's how you get good at it. I'm not saying I'm good at it. I mean, don't get it twisted. I seem to be doing a pretty good job, but I would never tell you that I'm phenomenal at the game. I'll joke about it. I've joked about it over the last 10 years of streaming. But you just have to play the game. You have to put more thought behind the character, you know? There's a lot of games where I could jump into a game like EQ, EQ2, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV. I don't have to put a lot of thought behind them. If you keep playing the game, you get the gear, you get the levels, you get the skills, everything is good. This game is not that. This game you need to put in about 125%, you know, to get a solid understanding. This guy's iron-willed. It really does come down to putting thought behind your character. Like, some people will turn around and say, oh, when I insert role here, so let's say tank. Since I'm playing a tank, let's go with tank for this conversation. I play tank. I can jump in and pull aggro, and I hold aggro like a champ, and I don't have to do anything. That statement right there tells me that you are a horrible player. Period. So you don't need to say anything else. I got my first impression. And it's not good. And there are people that say that for all classes in all games. They always say, I don't have to do anything. I run in, I'm always top of the parse, or I'm always best heals, or I can CC 12 things at once with both hands tied behind my back. And it's like, okay, you know, you just spoke volumes to me. If you can do 100% like it's 0%, then you need to start doing 150%. I mean, really, honestly, if you're playing a game that you just face roll through anyways, if you're not playing it for the social aspect, you need to stop playing it and pick something else to play. That's just what it comes down to, because you're just wasting your time, period. As much as I love EQ, if I went back into EQ and didn't hook up with a guild, didn't make friends, didn't meet people, just tried to find pickup groups and say nothing and just sit there, dude, I'd have something wrong between the ears. But this game is going to need everybody in the game to have more of a thought process. You're going to be thinking out everything, whether you're a cleric, whether you're a shaman, whether you're a rogue, whether you're a warrior, whatever. No matter what level you are, you have to pay attention to your gear, you have to pay attention to where you're playing. One thing I will tell you is, these dungeons, or at least this dungeon, isn't very fluid for progression. And what I mean by that is, I'm level 17 right now, but there's not a whole lot in here that I can pull that's going to give me really good XP without pulling stuff that's 3 levels higher than me downstairs. I'm gonna get 3 here, aren't I? What we got here? We got regular. Where's the roamer? He's gonna pull. I might get 3 here, so let's put down a couple of traps and be ready for a mez. Oh, 3 traps. Look at that. Fantastic. We line them up. Did they leash? That's the first leash I've ever seen. That's the first leash. I didn't think anything leashed here. That's crazy. Okay, so leashing is in the game. I've never seen a leash until now. Okay. I missed again. I'm 0 for 8. Someone's watching me. Someone from VR is watching me, and they're making me do this on purpose. What was I just talking about? I forget what I was talking about. Hey, Salted Hash. I think of it like football. Everybody needs to do their job. Yes, yeah, and it's funny because you can make that statement. You can say everybody needs to do their job, and a lot of competent people will say, well, duh, you got to do your job in all games you play. No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't kid yourself and don't try to fool somebody else. There are plenty of situations out there where you can coattail, which means you ride the coattail of other players. This isn't that game. All 6 of us in this group have to focus on what we're doing, or we wipe the group. That's just what it is. The easy mode players will not play this game. They will not last in this game. They will be the ones to whine about this game. They will be the ones to crap all over this game. They will be the ones to try to troll. And just remember, you don't feed the trolls, and first impressions are everything. So if somebody, comes across you and they type something that's trollish by nature, and it's the first time you've interacted with them, you know they're a goof and you should probably just not respond to them. Period. Okay. And genuinely, I really can't say enough good things about this game right now. And if you've been watching this stream for long enough, you guys know, I don't sugarcoat stuff. If this game was broken and not functioning and the mobs were all glitching and skills weren't working properly, whatever, it'd be a discussion. But also keep in mind, the game hasn't even hit early access yet, and even once it hits early access, it won't be to retail for some time still. And before you say, oh yeah, but the game's been in development for blah blah blah, I got 2 words for you. Star Citizen. Enough said. No more conversation. Star Citizen pretty much shuts down everything anybody ever has to say about any pre-retail developed game. You just say Star Citizen, and that ends the conversation. So there you guys go. That's a little cliff note for you. Anybody starts talking to you about games not fully finished, you just bring up Star Citizen, and the conversation's done. If the other person keeps talking, they just love hearing themselves talk. I don't love hearing myself talk, I don't think. I just can't shut up when I start talking. That's all. Oh, El Noche, yay! What's going on, El Gordo? You staying here just in case for backup? I appreciate it. Do they have a prefix? Nope, they don't have a prefix. Man, I'll tell you, man, I wish I was a full-time streamer for this. I wish I could put 8-hour days in for this game when it comes out. We got... Oh! That's a O for 3. I almost pulled 2 and then the crew boss just spawned again. We almost had a snafu like earlier. You might want to put down a couple of traps, be ready to mez. We'll take the crew boss first. Well, whatever gets stuck, we'll take the last guy to the camp. Or first guy to the camp. Come up these stairs, my friend. Come say hello. Crew boss walked off just as I pulled, so yay. Hey, Wallow, what's happening? Miss you on Oakwind? Dude. We were talking about EQ earlier. Oh, interesting. He didn't come to me when I taunted. Man, Mez hate is real. This guy wouldn't come to me and I taunted twice. We all quit when Trade Skill Depot dupe happened. Ruined. Oh, right. That's unfortunate. Because there's no easy way for them to roll anything back. At least I got rescued by a few times. Okay. Yeah, it's very cool with this game that you can pretty much roll with whatever class you want, and the classes feel good. And I'll tell you another thing. I said this last night when we were here grinding as well. I haven't seen any conversation in the game since the beginning of Season 6 where people have hated on a particular class. Everybody really digs every class that they're playing in this game, and every class is being played. There's no one class that's not being played. There are warriors, there are dire lords, there are paladins, there are rangers, there are rogues, there are enchanters, shaman, summoners, wizards, necromancers. They're all over the place. And nobody is complaining or starting threads or conversations about how bad a class plays. The last bit of bad crapping on happened with the warrior when the warrior first hit the servers here, because like I said, people said the warrior couldn't tank. People said the warrior wasn't meant to be a tank. And as I told you earlier, or told you guys earlier, those people are full of baloney. And if you like baloney, then they're full of something, whatever you don't like. I thought inspired was a cleric thing. Does anyone in chat happen to know what causes the group to be inspired? There's a buff that periodically shows up here, and the status is right here. So this is the debuff that hits afterwards that says recently inspired, unable to be inspired. But when you get inspired, there's an inspired buff, I believe, that pops up here. Does anybody know what that's from? Ah, yep, okay. That's what I thought. Never mind, we got our answer. It's a cleric buff. Could I get topped up before I go pull? Thank you. We have one nullifier, one agile. I'm guessing the nullifier is going to go through the trap and the mez, so maybe try and CC the agile and we'll pick up the nullifier. Uh-oh, something just walked down the stairs. It might be a crew boss. So, funny story. No crew boss is supposed to come down the stairs that it came down, so they did it on purpose. I'm telling you, somebody's paying attention. I kid you. Just on the... Okay, we got this one. I'm not even kidding. If you were to look at the VOD right now, like real quick, when I run out in the hallway, I turn to the left and I see the two mobs. I con them to see who has what traits, and as I fired the arrow and started the turn, I see a left boot come out the stairwell, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody pass up those stairs. I'm like, oh shit, somebody sent a crew boss. So, somebody's watching. Look, I've been here the last 4 nights. There has never been a crew boss that has gone up those stairs. Not once. I just got through whining to my stream for the last 20 minutes about that exact same thing. We just had a conversation about it, and that's what I was saying. Nope, not at the moment. Oh, the only interrupt you would want to use, if we happen to pull the Ulthurin, the green ghost dude, after he does Shield Slam and Uldirian Blade, he'll do something called Shield Wall. You've got 3 seconds to interrupt them, or it puts a mitigation buff on them, and it makes the fight like 10 times longer. Doesn't make it harder, just makes it longer. So there's always a fear that people will run out of mana. So if you see Shield Wall, that's what you want to try and interrupt, and that's really it. Hello? Pew pew. How have people been so... Oh, that's something... I wanted to say that earlier, Morphling. Thank you for jogging my memory. Oh, well, actually, I guess I was going to tell the group that. I think you guys already know. When I came back during Season 6, I met a lot of really crappy... Well, I just shouldn't say a lot. I met my fair share of crappy people that made me think, okay, maybe I don't want to be in the game just yet until early access or launch. Because they just had poor attitudes. But after the first 3 or 4 days... I mean, we've been in this game, what, Season 6 has been like 6 weeks, 7 weeks or something? It's been fantastic nonstop. Like, I have been in, I don't have a static group. I have been in pugs the whole time, and I have met some fantastic people, and it's just been going swimmingly. But if you've been here long enough, you know the type of person I am. I get along with everybody. I can keep a group together. I've kept groups together for the past 5 nights. I've had people complaining about pulls, about camps, about skills, and I still managed to talk everybody into staying in group, playing the game, without asking them to stay in group. So, the people have been fantastic, all in all. And if there's somebody... I've spent my life in sales and customer service, so first impressions mean everything. So if I meet somebody for the first time, and I believe them to be a goof, I'm not going to show you the envelope that I have on my desk right now because it's got 12 names on it right now, and if I see those names in early access or launch, I will never group with them again. And if they're in a group that I get invited to, I don't want to, but I will probably make up an excuse to leave. Because they're just not the people you want to group with. They're really and it's weird for me to say that, decades into the internet, and there's still adults acting like just immature children. It just boggles my mind. Like, what is going on in your life that you have to de-age yourself? What's the word? Dementalize? Let's say dementalize yourself in a video game. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't need it. I don't need it. It ruins the experience. On my way back, we'll get Casper. Oh, there's another group here too. This guy's iron-willed. If he gets shield wall up, it's gonna be... He's iron-willed, so he resisted the trap. Iron-willed is like the worst trait ever. I'm 0 for 10. They changed. Somebody changed. I'm not even kidding you guys. I'm a very cool, calm, patient. I've got the patience of a corpse, and I'm about to absolutely lose it because I'm 0 for 10 on interrupting this guy. 0 for 10. This has never happened. So, for those who don't know, these mobs have an ability called Shield Wall. Right here. See, he's casting it. Shield Wall. You got 3 to 4 seconds to interrupt it. If you don't interrupt it, and it goes off, he gets this buff down here at the bottom that reduces all damage by 60, physical damage by 60%. It makes the fight drag on, which has a high risk of casters running out of mana and causing the group to fail. That's the intent of it. I've been here all week. I've interrupted with 90% efficiency. 90% efficiency. I'm 0 for 10 this evening. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. What is going on? That doesn't make sense. 0 for 10. So what I did here was I let the group know that there were 3 coming. They knew to put the traps down, so I made sure I made a straight line across the traps, and that way it'll catch them when they run after me. Teamwork, man. Like, dude, I've missed this. I have so missed this. Early access can't come fast enough. What am I going to do from the 1st to the 13th? I have no idea. Maybe we'll start a WoW character. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. I shouldn't have smiled. It was too funny. You know what I might do? I guess I could probably take my VODs. The Twitch holds what, VODs for the past 2 weeks? I could probably take my VODs and I'll just sit here and run the VODs just so people get Pantheon content for the next 2 weeks. I don't have to say anything, or I'll be off camera just talking, and I'll just run my VODs for the next 2 weeks, and that way at least people have Pantheon footage. I know on the 12th, the day before, I know we're going to watch the Video Game Awards, because I watch them every year. So, that'll be a VGA stream. Check out Path of Exile 2. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Path of Exile 2 comes out in a week, right? Oh man, it would be horrible to spend time in Norath. Don't do it. Hey look, Cross, I promise I will jump into EQ2 at some point between now and then. I promise. Two guards, no traits. Any particular reason I can't hit that guy? What is going on? That was weird. I stood right next to the guy and I couldn't taunt him. That was me. That was me. I broke him. I gotta say, man, it's been pretty cool seeing all the new viewers pop in for the game. It's been pretty cool. The raid last night was phenomenal. Two incoming. We're gonna get the iron first. Must be a crew boss then. That's fine. Just everybody get on the iron. The iron guy's gotta go because he's gonna resist everything. Hey, so Wormbait, what's happening? Wonder if they've got something planned for the service. I don't know, man. I don't know. It would be pretty cool if they did. However, if they just announced that everything is still on track and everything is going to plan and the 13th is definitely the first day of early access, maybe they come out and say they're going to have more servers. Maybe they come out and say it'll be a different experience altogether. Who knows? Will they have some sort of special event? I don't know, because when you think about the game and how gritty the game is, what could you really do with a lot of people? Like, could you say, hey, guess what? Raid mob being spawned in Avelia or something. Who knows? Who knows? Hopefully there's some cool raids on Pantheon. For sure, I agree. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I know there's some pretty cool content coming. I know there's a video you can see of, I think it's Joppa showing his stream some kind of Drake with like fire and tail swipes, and it looks the fight just looks fantastic. I think it's a Drake, Dracota maybe? Some kind of lizard with wings. I got an idea for what's... I got an idea, I think, what I'm going to do for Saturday. I'm not going to say what it is. But I think we're going to go looking for something, I think, on Saturday. Because I'm not sure when the servers come down Sunday. I'm guessing it's going to be during the daytime, so I may not be live. Okay, we have a clumsy and an agile, so go ahead and put a trap down. We'll try and get the agile stuck, and we'll take the clumsy first. Don't engage the clumsy till he gets to the top of the stairs, so he's far enough away from the agile. Never mind, I got other aggro. If nothing else spawns by the time this guy's dead, everything I just said still stands. Well, let's exclude the never mind. Yeah, servers are going to be the tricky part. Knowing what server to join. Because the thing is, the game will probably go live during the day, and I'll be at work. So, I don't know what the... Oh, never mind, stuff has spawned. Okay. So I don't know what's going to happen there with the server. But I'm sure I'll be at work. So it'll probably be hours. Now, mind you, people are probably going to have connection issues, and servers are probably going to crash. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I don't think the 13th is going to be a solid day to play. And that can be said about any game in the history of gaming that involves the internet. First day, first 2 days are always horrible for any new game. Doesn't matter who it is, what it is. So I'm guessing there's going to be connection issues. And then people are going to go online, and they're going to go onto Steam, and they're going to type up hate threads and blah 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 and whine and complain like children. And they're going to be grown adults acting like, ugh, man. Embarrassments to the human population, truth be told. I'm trying to be really polite about it because it really bugs the crap out of me. It's childish, ignorant, amateurish. You just come off as a failed human. 2 crew bosses, one after the other? Come on. Yeah, they all seem to be respawning. So scratch everything I said when I said don't scratch what I scratched earlier. You sound like a raid leader. I'm just a people person, my friend. I'm just a people person. I've spent a life in sales and customer service, and most people would sit there and go, what does that have anything to do with it? Let me tell you. I've made a career of dealing and talking with all types of people. Whether you're a goof, whether you're sane, whether you're a best friend, whether you're a worst enemy, I get along with everybody. I have said for my entire life, if you don't like me, you better have one hell of an explanation. And that's not egotistical, that's just facts. I don't know what to tell you. This is going to sound like I'm bragging. I can go into the next room right now and pull out 13 awards that I can show you guys because I know how to talk to people. It's ridiculous. And I know it sounds like a boast. My longtime viewers know. They know my history. Going into battle tomorrow? It's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I'd rather pull from this side. Okay, remember everything I said when I didn't say what I said and then didn't say but said? I'm gonna say it again. So, you got it. Incoming. Okay, never mind. Okay, no problem. This works. I just don't... You guys are familiar with the clumsy prefix, right? Okay, hang on a second. I gotta mute the stream because I don't want to give secrets away. Hang on. Okay, here we go. We're back. Now, drowsy, not sure. I'm not 100% what they do, but they do something. And I would say when you're fighting a drowsy, you're going to want to pay attention to the chat window. Anything with a prefix. Yeah, anything with a prefix at all, you're going to want to pay attention to. I think somebody leveled, so grats. In that case, we have two. Okay, hang on. The whole thing, when the Eltherans attack the workers like this, these guys can go on for a very long time. Damage will slow down on the ghost side, so it's typically best to just burn one side down and then whoever survives take him second. So I'm plinging arrows at the ghost, so if you guys want to unload in the ghost, feel free to unload in the ghost. And if you notice, he doesn't cast Shield Wall because he's not attacking a player character. Shoot! I just gave another one away. Damn it! Yeah, I gotta shut up. Oh, I might be wrong there. He's got Shield Wall. What class do we not have while you work on your bars? Who's working on their spells? Okay. Hey, Lazy, what's happening? How you doing, man? How's your Thursday? You know my secrets, Acer? I know, right? Gotta be quiet about that stuff. I do be looking a little dead tonight. In what cross? In Panther and EQ? EQ? Or EQ2, I should say. In Pantheon? Yeah. The start of the stream was a little rough because there just wasn't anybody on. There was one group worth of people and they were already grouped together. I mean, it's Turkey Day, right? Yeah, that's what I chalk it up to. Turkey Day and 2 days left till the servers come down. So, like, between today and tomorrow, this might be 3. We have 1 Iron Willed, so the Iron Willed's got to go first. Chances are the Iron Willed's going to break the trap and your mez, so don't even bother. Incoming. If I get 2 here, I'm amazing. Just saying. I'm sure it's going to be 3, but if I get 2, I'm amazing. I got 3. Yeah, that pulls usually 3. Iron Will is on the stairs. Nobody should be attacking anything else. Bleed is... oh. Okay, switching off. Somebody dotted a mob that should have been mezzed. Ah. Somebody dotted the wrong mob. That's okay, that's okay. It happens, it happens. You just have to roll with it. It's just unfortunate because with the other mob being dotted, the chanter couldn't mez, and then the chanter just kept spiking hate because they kept trying to mez, and then it failed when the dot ticked. Oh, my torch was in the bag. We gotta sit tight and wait. I think they're working on a res plan. But I gotta wait. I don't have a torch, so I can't run. Oh, actually, I might have a torch in the bank. Might have a torch in the bank. Let me check the bank real quick, or if not, we could probably buy one. We keep our money, right? No, we don't. Shoot, can't buy one. I think there's a spare in the bank. This will be hilarious if this will be the greatest Pantheon callback ever. If there's a torch still in my bank. Oh, it's not here. We had a night one night where we turned it into a game. We were killing bandits and we were trying to see who could loot the most torches. I thought I had a torch put in the bank for emergencies, but I guess not. I must have got rid of it. Hey, Tyceric, what's happening? Welcome back. How's your Thursday? I can't wait for VR to add a unique slot for the torch. Yeah. You know what? I don't want to agree with you, but a little bit of me wants to agree with you. I feel like part of the whole aesthetic of the game is to have to put that torch on. But now that I've left it in a bag, I kind of want to lean your way, but I don't. I don't want the game made easier. That's why I want the bindstones from Halnir's Cave taken away. That's insane. The whole point is to run through the map and get familiar with everything. You start putting bindstones everywhere, people are gonna not know how to get around. That'll be another reason people complain about the map and not being able to have all the points of interest and locations all up on the map in front of them. They're not going to be able to use their brain to think, okay, I ran past this rock, I ran past this NPC, I ran past this broken down wagon with 2 spiders, so I know I got to run this far and turn right, and I find the field of spheres, and then I got to run straight across the field of spheres, and I got to kind of turn to the east and or the west, and like, come on, people, what is going on? People want to be made dumb already. It just dawned on me. I should be able to sell stuff. Right? This stuff sells, doesn't it? Then we just buy a torch. Duh. 18 silver. That'll buy a torch. Who sells torches? General merchant, right? Where's the general merchant in town? Oh, never mind. We're getting a res. Perfect. We got our torch back. Oh, it's 3 groups in here. Excuse me. Bum bum ba bum bum. Bum, bum, bum. That's it. Yeah, he's actually one of my viewers. He's just chilling. He's babysitting me. He's babysitting me. If you're still hanging out, El, thank you very much for the res assistance. Greatly appreciated. I like the look of the mage pet. The pets are pretty cool looking. I like their design. Looks like a Pokemon. Or a Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? I think that's what it is, Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a difference between hard, challenging, and necessarily punitive. Having to equip torch and offhanded, expensive offhand weapon and shield. It is still... True, of course. Yeah, I've learned, as someone who has no access to heals whatsoever, like, look at the fire, like, the fact that it drips there, like, come on. That's fantastic. That got me off topic. As somebody who doesn't have any source of healing when I'm running through the map, I don't care what kind of weapon I have, I always throw a shield on if I've got to run somewheres. Just in case. Just for that reason. It's a cool look. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. especially once the new itemization stats go live. Yeah, I'm up, dude. I'm excited for early access. I'm excited to see what happens. I know we're getting new zones. I'm not even worried about that because we haven't even gone through all of AVP yet. But it'll be cool to see what else comes in. You need the med for a pull? Two, no trait. Oh, that guy ran through the trap. swear to God, if I miss this again, or resist this, I should say. Oh for 11. We should still have a few minutes until those guys spawn. It is actually, I find it funny that you just said that about the combination, because I found that scroll last week. If you notice in your chat window, when you kill these guys, one of the factions is Clan of 582. It's like a union. Or Cult of 582, I mean. It's part of the lore in here about the ghosts that keep annoying the workers because the workers are greedy, and the ghosts are like, hey, why don't you leave us alone before we punch you in the face? So they proceed to punch the workers in the face. Union 582. My understanding is there's a whole boatload of it, and I haven't even taken the time to read it or figure it all out. But apparently there's a lot of it right now. Okay. We might have 3. One of them's going to be a crew boss, no traits. Crew boss if he comes up here. Okay, this worker by the pet then. Dude, I was telling the stream earlier, I am so impressed with what they've done with the classes in this game, particularly the rogue. It's just fantastic, the utility. Excuse me. Is the combat music the same as the one in Slay the Spot? I don't think so. I believe they have their own sound person. Their own composer. I mean, could be. I don't know offhand. Pierre's using a company called PVL for the music. Ah, gotcha. I'm pretty sure PVL's done a lot of stuff. I remember seeing PVL logos on a bunch of games. I think PVL has quite a catalog. I mean, I'm sure if you looked up maybe PVL Wiki or PVL... Bum, 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 bum. I mean, we have heals, CC, DPS, and a tank. Keep pulling. We have 2 mobs on the next pull. One of them is clumsy, one of them is frenzied. Whichever one gets to us, that's the one we're going to fight, but we're going to fight them as far away from the other one as we can. He must have walked off. We're good. You guys might be ready to go up into the safe room above the gate and start pulling Ethereans. Go up into the safe room above the gate. Where's that? Above this gate? How do we get up? I think Ethereans are still... I mean, I would be alright with Ethereans, but aren't these guys... Yeah, see, the 16 or 15, I think, would have issues. Because I think the Ethereans, don't they start around 20? Or 19? I think 19. Because the guy that spawns down here is yellow for me, and I'm 17. But there's only 2 of us here that are 17. We'll have to be able to do Mana Weavers, which... yeah. I was hoping... I kind of consigned myself to this part of the dungeon for the past... Oops. For the past 3 days. What? Oh, I wasn't close enough. Every time I've tried to put together a group or ended up in a group, the level average has been too low. And that's perfectly fine. I'm okay. Like I said, I've said it tonight twice already, but I'm okay with just doing the crawl. Like, this XP for me right now is bad, but I don't care. I'm not here for the XP. I'm here for crawling the game, you know? Try and show the game to people who might not be familiar with it. But I kind of consigned myself to being here because I could never find group or players my level so that we could actually take on the higher content. I hope I didn't just pull 3. Up. 4. That was... Yeah, that was my bad. I went to tag a roamer and the roamer went behind the hill in the other room. Oh, we're up. Oh, we might actually salvage this. Oh, he was out of mana. We're not going to salvage this. Yeah, being silenced, it's horrible. Ah, bugger. That was my bad. I targeted the one... You guys probably saw what I did there. I targeted the one guy in the room, but he got out of range. So I stopped to talk to you guys, and what happened was he didn't just walk down towards the safe room. He walked down and around towards the lower level, the little pit that's there, and that brought him closer to me without realizing. Because if you watched my arrows went left over the rock. So I inadvertently pulled him, and he pulled the 2 guys in the lower level, and when they came up around the corner, they pulled the other dude. That's my bad. I should have turned off auto attack until they came up and around. That was all me. I mean, it didn't help that the enchanter kept getting silenced by 3 workers. Yeah, I was pretty foolish there. I was down at the gate, and I had the one of the roamers targeted. We don't have a full group? No, we don't have a full group. We had 1 person log. Oh no, did L die too? Yeah, I was waiting for a roamer to come back from the previous room. Like, you know, when you first come out of the safe room, there's that one little area. And the roamer walked away from me, and I had range turned on. I'm like, okay, I'll wait for him to come back.
I didn't realize, if you're familiar with that room, he pathed around the rock in front of the pillar where the ring typically spawns, and he went down into the lower level and started walking towards me. All of a sudden, I saw an arrow go far left, and I'm like, what am I hitting? And then I thought, oh no, he walked a half circle, and that's what brought the ads. So, be very careful. I'm gonna have to check the VOD, but I might laugh along with you because I think I was where I was when we just died, and now I've been like I haven't been able to reach. I've been able to get right to where I was, and then I've lost it. Oh no, this to me has just been tonight. Hey El, you saved my butt again, man. You saved my butt. Props to El Gordo in chat. Babysitting Krushnek. Oh my. Oh, for those of you that have been here for the last little bit, you guys know about the strike that's taking place right now up here with our postal service. I managed to actually get some work today, which was fantastic, because I had zero work yesterday, so I sat on my thumbs for 8 hours. I did about 5.5 minutes of work today. So yay. Yay. For 5.5 minutes, I was good. For the other 7 hours and 54 minutes and how many seconds? Not good. Going crazy. Now this is how the script normally plays out. You'll see there's 2 watchers. If you look down the stairs, you'll see that both watchers have spawned and they automatically aggro the ghost. That's the script. That's how it's supposed to go normally. If you don't break camp, this always happens. You say Ray was in? I sent an invite, but... No, they're sitting here. Did you get my drag request?
The fact that none of you have got your panties in a twist and taken off is fantastic, so thank you for the invite and the group and whatnot. It's nice to deal with people who are competent. Don't let it get to your head. Are these ads on your timing or Twitch's? I think I have them broken up so that they don't all hit at once. I believe it's like every 20 minutes. Might be 17 minutes. However, the number of ads I don't control. Some people, it's unfortunate, but sometimes you'll jump into streams. I was telling the stream, when was it? Was it last night or the night before? I jumped into somebody's stream. This was a large streamer, somebody I'm not familiar with. I won't say their name, but I jumped into the stream, and the first thing that happened was I got hit with the ads, which is normal. There are what are called pre-roll ads. So a lot of people will jump into a stream for the first time or on the regular, and they'll get ads right up front. The thing is, it said 1 of 11. Now, when I get ads on a stream, I never see any more than 4 at a time, and I'm okay with that. I get up, I go to the washroom, I go grab a drink, I read the news, I sit and chill, whatever, until the ads are done. I'm fine with it. But 1 of 11? I haven't been back to that stream. I will never go back to that stream again. 11 ads. That is insane. And that's coming from me, somebody who spent their life in sales. But it can be a big issue when someone jumps into the stream and you get 8, 9, 10 ads all at once. So I had it set up so that it's broken up. Kind of like a TV show, right? Streaming, bottom line, streaming is the new TV. When you're watching a streamer, you're watching your show, right? So the way TV works, every 12 minutes, you got a series of ads. The ads would go 2 to 3 minutes long, and then you're back into the next quarter of the show. Then you get 2 to 3 minutes worth of ads, then you're back into the show. This worked for decades and decades. Streaming is no different. People expecting to jump into every stream and not get ads, you better just sub to the channels. It's just the bottom line. No streamer can change anything. Ads are definite. And I'm not saying it as if anybody has an issue with it. I'm just saying ads are definite. Ads are everywhere. Ads are absolutely everywhere. You're not going to get rid of ads on Twitch. It just won't happen. If I'm adding it, I'm not adding ads. We don't have control over who advertises on Twitch. Twitch does. We only have control, roughly, over when they play. Okay, we got a ghost coming, and the ghost already has shield wall, so it's going to be a lengthy fight. Ads are also based on your region as well, just so you know. For example, some people in Canada won't get a lot of ads on certain streams, and other streams they will. Some people in the US will get way more ads than somebody else. People in Europe might not get any ads at all. So it's all region based, and that nobody has control over except for the region. But any streamer you watch will have ads. And in a lot of cases, they're what are called pre-rolls. They typically roll up front, and then they play on a certain cycle. And then you have the ability to go in and slightly modify how they play. You just can't control the number of ads. I mean, it's fine, and that's the platform, you know? If you're somebody who doesn't want ads on their streams, then I would just say don't watch streams with ads, but that means you're going to stop watching all streams, period. And Twitch has had ads for, what, 9 years? 8 years? Been a long time. Just to skip ad? Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately you can't really do that here. They kind of get you. You can think you're going to drop a stream and then stop the ads and then go back into the stream. But the server remembers and you end up getting, if not the same ad, you get the next ad in the sequence. I used to try that. Never worked. So this next pull is going to be 2 guards. One of them is nullifier, so spells and CCs and whatnot will not work on them. I can't see the second guy, so I won't know until they come through the door. Why did he break off? That was a successful taunt. That's weird. That was 2 taunts before they DPS'd. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. We got 3. One of them's a crew boss. Never mind. Yep, that's fine. It's just me. I broke it. Pierced armor. Is that a rogue ability? Might be a rogue follow-up. Man, it's going to be so weird working off of early access. We're not going to have the same progression we had here. Look at all the buffs. That's wild. What are these? Recently revived, okay. Inspired. Fatigued. I was gonna say. Yeah. Yeah, there's more people on now than there was earlier. I think a number of people are finished with Turkey Day. A lot of groups, though. Look at that. This is fantastic. Group. All the group. More than half the servers grouped. Two on the next poll, no traits. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because it goes up, it scales up after the third mesotemp like 60% or 70% or something, and then I think the next try is immune. You should try it on this guy. We'll pull this next guy, and then you just keep trying to mez it while we're fighting. You'll mez, we'll break, you'll mez, we'll break, we'll mez, we'll break, and then you watch for the, immune. Anything? Okay. Oh, this would be a good one. It'll be a crew boss. He'll have a lot more health. There you go. And now you know. Knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Could you imagine? You pull 3 mobs, you're tanking 1, and then the enchanter's got to worry about 10 attempts across 2 mobs? You'd need a couple of abacuses next to you and just keep sliding them every time you cast. No, close to leveling, I'm at like 95%. That's a ways away on this stuff. Can I? Well, yeah, there you go. You stay over there, and I'm gonna take your friend. That means we have 3. 3 with no trait then, because they're gonna aggro me. Excuse me. Been a good night tonight with the crawl, man. I gotta say. Pretty good. I've enjoyed it. This whole week has been fantastic for groups. Bum bum ba bum ba. Okay, just to be safe, let's get full mana for this next one because he's got Frenzied, and if he gets Shield on, that's going to be a tough fight. 0 for 11. Hey Stogrim, what's going on, man? How you doing? How's your Thursday? How was your turkey day? Waiting for a bit more mana before I pull. Cooked way too much. Usually how it goes for Thanksgiving. For a lot of people. Playing Destiny 2 right now? What are you working on in Destiny 2? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pull. It worked! It worked! I'm telling you, somebody in the background is laughing and they're like, okay, I'll give him one. It's good though, we got him through 90% of his health. Yeah, I mean, the fact we already had that guy down 90% before it applied is also awesome. Two guards, I think they have no traits. Yeah, with the rogue stun is, I mean, you typically would want to use it if, say, you're trying to stop a third cast. You know, you hope a pull doesn't get to 3 casts, but if it does, that's typically when you would want to use a rogue, because chances are your tank stun's going to be down and the chanter stun's going to be down. Want to run Vespers at all this weekend? Yes, we could do that at some point, for sure. I don't think I'll have Pantheon on Sunday, so chances are it will probably be Sunday. Maybe Saturday, depending on what's going on. We'll have to see how the population of the game is. I'm expecting to see next to nobody. Okay, awesome. Perfect, man. I gotta finish Act 2. I haven't finished Act 2 yet. I mean, we still have like a month, right? Till Act 3 comes out? So what you're saying is Crush isn't tripping over himself so much. Do you know offhand what level the person was that one incoming, and it's a crew boss. And for the future, for anybody who might be interested, when fighting the crew bosses here, the shield of breaking is what you want to try and interrupt on these guys. They can make it difficult for a tank. It's like... Yeah, it's like one of our cornerstone abilities. Hey. Yay. Now we get to go see what my level 18 spell is. I'd laugh if it was a banner. Might be a banner. He does level. I know, right? I did level. I wasn't even paying attention. I had no plans to level. It just happened. now that I've said that, watch me wipe on the next pull. Excuse me. Where is he? Oh, they mezzed him. Da-da-da-da. Bum, 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 bum. What's this guy calling? Dark blue. So it looks like the only mobs I guess worth killing now, at least for me for XP, would be the crew bosses. And there's only like 4 possible spawns here. And even then they're dark blue. Need to figure out where to go next. Oh. Guess to climb walls better.
We have a quick AFK. Okay, we got two. What? There. What's happening? Hey, Carlo25, what's happening? Thanks for the raid, man. Hope you guys are doing well this evening. I'm guessing you guys are Pantheoners? Terminusers? What's the term we're using? Pantheoners? Pantheoners? Pantheoners. My banner was yelling that at me all night last night. For sure. My banner kept yelling, "Are you trying to get us all killed?" over and over again. Now my banner just yelled at us and said, "Who the heck taught you how to fight?" They also just said, "Hey, watch where you're swinging." Might be. I think it's 2 for 13. Funny, it happens towards the end.
Just got done leveling your shaman to level 10. Took 8 hours. Yeah, yeah. That's about par for the course for the first 10 levels. And then after that, well, you know how it is. Or maybe you don't know how it is if you haven't gotten above 10 before. Okay, so... Yeah, thanks for having me along. Okay, the healer had to go, so the group is done. So I'm gonna stuck out, and we're gonna go back to Thronefast, and I'm gonna go visit the warrior trainer, and we're gonna see what we get. I'm guessing it's a banner. Oh, why is it gotta be nighttime? Are you planning to play a shaman, Carlel, into early access? Or do you have a class picked out? Are you still dabbling? There's a vendor here. Oh, there is by the entrance, right up here, right? Dude, you just saved me a trip. Yeah. This guy, dude, I almost ran all the way back to town. The other town. Here we go. Okay, what we got for 18? It's probably a banner. There's 16. A banner. It's banners from here on out. Every level's a banner. You get a banner. This level gets a banner. Plant a banner of war for 30 seconds. Remaining within 10 will reduce the duration of loss of control effects on your group, while increasing the duration of loss of control of... Oh! So it's crowd control, so CC. CC timer gets lesser with us and more with the enemy. I got you. That'll be interesting if I'm grouped with an enchanter and a rogue. We'll pick that up. Unyielding formation. Oh, this is what the other soldiers were doing. Command your group into a tactical formation, granting immunity to CC, but reducing armor class by 20. I think I'd rather be CC'd. And those are at 20. What do we get at 20? Leap to the enemy's location and strike with your weapon, dealing physical. Only usable while in combat. Oh, so that's the upgrade to Storm? Charge, Fury Speed, stunning them can only be used. Yeah, okay, so that's the upgrade. Okay, so we start getting upgrades at 20. There's the upgrade to Last Stand. Okay, Shieldman's Band. Yeah, okay, so level 20, we start getting upgrades. Okay, good to know. And what I mean by upgrades is if we had blah 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 tier 1, we now get blah 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 tier 2. Call yourself the Banner Lord. We got a shield we can't use because we're not even going to see 20 before the servers come down. Rip. Alright, what is this? This is new. Warrior technique. Deals damage to your target and exploits opening oh, we can... Causes the grappled state. Grappling reduces an enemy's outgoing damage by 8%. Cool. Okay, we can use that. Rogues use expose, right? So we'll put it there. Did we learn anything else that's new? No. So rallying, is that what we just picked up? That's what we just picked up. Okay, so we have threat, block, and damage. Let's get the block out of there. And we'll put the CC in there just in case. Command your group into a tactical formation, granting immunity to CC, but reduces the amount of damage. Cost a battle point. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Should we put that in? If I put that in, I would have to take out probably forward swing. I assume that's where it goes. Nope, it goes over here. I don't want to take any of these out. Well, I guess we could take out the threat banner for now. There, okay, and we'll put that back. Forward swing. Oh wait, conquest formation and unyielding formation. Conquest is what we unlocked. Unyielding, where did unyielding come from? Don't know. Command your group into an offensive formation, increasing melee speed and casting speed by 10%, but reducing movement speed by 20. Why aren't we using that? Where does that go? Oh, that goes up here too? I mean, I guess I can get rid of Last Stand. I don't want to. I can't get rid of Shield Block. I can't get rid of Furious Howl. I want to try the... I guess we could try... We could try these out for now. That is kind of nice. The movement speed penalty, that's negligible. But the 10% melee and casting speed would be alright. I don't like the fact that they're locked to these bars, man. Let's take out Last Stand for now. Movement speed reduced by 20. Do we see movement speed anywhere? We don't, do we? Alright. We'll try it in group and see how it works out. We didn't loot anything. We don't have another group. What's the population looking like right now? Everybody's grouped. Or low level. Okay, so group is not an option. Which class do I think is the best tank? I had trouble keeping aggro against the Dire Lord at the same level the other day. So, I believe the way they had initially had it set up was that the Dire Lord, think of it like a ladder. It would go Dire Lord, Paladin, and Warrior. And there were a number of people, months and months ago, who would whine to me about how bad the Warrior was. The Warrior wasn't designed to tank. The Warrior was a horrible tank. I really struggled. So, back in Season 2 or 3, we had started a Warrior because I wanted to see how tanking was. And I could never find a group, and I couldn't figure out why. And I found out afterwards, someone approached me in tells and said, "Hey, any particular reason you're playing a Warrior?" And I said, "I've always played a Warrior. I mean, EQ, whatever, I've always tanked." They're like, "Interesting. What made you use the Warrior as a tank?" And I told them, I said, "Well, I'm running as a tank. We're killing stuff. Not an issue." Then they told me that the Warrior is a garbage tank and that you should focus on the Dire Lord or the Paladin. And I thought, well, that's weird. I'm pretty sure in the beginning they had plans for all three to be viable tanks. I said, okay, I gotta start proving people wrong. So I stuck with the Warrior. Now, my understanding is I believe they wanted the Dire Lord to edge out the Paladin and the Warrior as far as tanking goes. But I think what they should do, and what they've done, is they've built the classes to be utilized differently. And what I mean by that is, as you saw just a moment ago, I was trying to figure out what abilities to socket into these hotbars because you have limited access to skills. So it's going to come down to I've had a number of questions tonight about what I thought the best group layout was, what I thought the best classes were, what I thought the most in-demand classes would be when the game goes into early access or when the game launches. Here's my experience based off of probably, well, when did Season 3 start? A long time ago. There have been people that have been here longer, but I'm going to give you the most recent opinion, update, what have you. All the classes in this game that fill a role, whether it's tank, whether it's DPS, whether it's heal, whether it's utility being mez, root, slow, crowd control, whatever. All the classes in this game seem to be completely viable. And I say that not because I've played all these classes, but I've spent a lot of time in different groups with a lot of different people, all playing all the classes in the game. And we have steamrolled content, and we have failed miserably. Now, we've only failed miserably a handful of times, but I've met some pretty cool people who know, or at least I believe, who know how to play their classes, at least up until this level being level 18. I don't know how the game plays from 18 to 40, 40 being the end game. I have no idea. I don't know what they have planned. I don't know if rating is going to come in, before launch. No idea. They still have some work to do with some balancing issues. They just recently did that patch that some people say nerfed weapons, but because they have stats having some sort of effect now, I believe they're trying to balance it out, kind of like a scale. They're trying to find a way so that everybody's not steamrolling through content, because that's not fun. That's the worst thing they would do. It would turn into WoW or Final Fantasy 14 or Ashes. With that said, as far as tanking goes, I have not had an issue with the warrior as tank. And here's the thing. Up until 2 weeks ago, the warrior kit, and when I say kit, and you've probably heard the term kit before, and maybe you know what the kit is, but for those who don't, when people use the term kit, they're talking about the loadout of the class, what's available to the class in the game currently. For the warrior, up until the longest time, we only had our stuff up to level 10. We had nothing above level 10. Now, the first warrior that I played that I was just talking about, we had got him up to level 18, or 19. 18 or 19, somewhere's around there. Using just level 10 skills and nothing after that, I had no trouble grouping and holding aggro and pulling and giving directions like I did tonight and last night and the night before and so on. I had no problem. Now, the warrior wasn't overpowered. I took a whole lot of damage and I didn't do a lot of damage, but I was able to tank without needing any additional skills. Recently, they brought in the banners, which is awesome because the banners can shift combat, which is a beautiful thing to have with the warrior. But I think what they've done is they've set it up so that if you had a Dire Lord as a tank, you could still bring in a paladin or a warrior as a second player in the group. A lot of people would sit there and go, no, you can't. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. All the tanks have different what's the word I'm looking for? Viability, let's say. If I have the weapons, I can load out my skills, my hotbars down below, with skills that will allow me to do more DPS and less tank, less threat, less buffs, whatever, but more DPS. Or I can go more defensive and I can do no DPS whatsoever and have all the utility, the banners, the shield bash, the shield slam, the defense, the way he's built right now. And I believe they want it so that when you pick a class in the game, that you're not going to be stuck to a cookie cutter one lane road and that's it. They're going to want you to think about how you're playing the class. I had a conversation earlier with a couple people that I was in group with and some of the people in chat. And it was along the lines of, what do you think the best group makeup is? And I honestly believe it depends on who's behind the keyboard. I do believe it's going to come down to the player. You're going to need to do your homework. You're going to need to test. Not just test as in early access. Test as in even if the game launched tomorrow. You're going to have to jump in and you're going to have to experiment. How does the warrior handle bipeds, humanoid creatures? How does the warrior handle animals? How does the warrior handle getting poisoned by a spider? How does the warrior handle being bled by a boar or whatever? Like, how does a warrior handle with a dagger? How does a warrior handle with a sword, with a two-hander? Most people won't do that. They're going to get stuck in their head that they need this, and this, and it's going to get them there. That's an awful way to look at it, because that's pretty much a hot knife through butter. That's not understanding your class. I'll give you an example. When Season 6 started, like 2 months ago, I decided to roll a Necromancer. And the reason why I decided to roll a Necromancer is because I didn't want to roll a Warrior until Ogres came in game. Ogres are in game now, but they weren't in game at the beginning of Season 6. So I was like, you know what? We'll wait. I'll roll Ogre down the road. I rolled a Necromancer because I figured I've never played a Necromancer. I'm not going to get attached to it. We're just going to mess around until early access, and then we'll go ahead and look at doing an Ogre because we're going to have more time, I believe, in early access to level up a character. I started playing the Necromancer to the point where every time I leveled and went and got a new skill or 2 new skills or 3 new skills, I thought to myself, oh, that's interesting. What if I use this with this and that with that? And it dawned on me that the Necromancer isn't just what you think it is. It isn't just the pet, you have your DPS, and away you go. There is a lot of utility to the Necromancer. And I thought to myself, if a Necromancer can fill all these different roles, I wonder if all the classes can do that. So I rolled this warrior to start playing this warrior to see what the viability would be when they start putting in more warrior stuff in the game. So they put the stuff in, when was that, last week and a half ago? And I've been messing around with it ever since. Even tonight, I was testing some stuff, patterns, what skills to hit in what order, that sort of thing. And I truly believe that every single class in the game, even the healers, even the shamans and the clerics, I believe they have multiple uses when they're in a group. If you have a cleric and a shaman, and your heals are going perfectly fine between the two of them, the cleric can actually lean and do some other stuff, which was happening this evening. 2 nights ago, the cleric was freed up to do other stuff because I believe we had a shaman at the time. So I do believe if you know, if you understand, if you learn your character as you level, you will see that your character will have a much wider use to the game, to the player base, than people think it will. But again, like I said, a lot of people are closed-minded. They think, me tank, sword, shield, I want to block hits with two-handed weapon. That's how tanks think today. It's whatever. It's mind-blowing. But long story short, as far as tanking goes, any of the tanks will do. I've tanked with paladins. I've tanked with paladins as a warrior and did DPS. Paladins are fine. Dire Lords are fine. Warriors are fine. They're all fantastic for the content. The game, this game right now really comes down to, and I just said this, and everybody that's listening can heed this. It comes down to who's behind the keyboard. That's it. There's no flaws. I haven't seen players talk or crap on any class in this game the whole season. Not one day. Not even any trolls trying to crap on classes. Everybody's playing the classes. Everybody's trying to understand what they can. Everybody's experimenting. I've grouped with 5 different groups this past week, mostly all different people. And even the people that were in 1 or 2 nights in a row, I have no idea who they are. They're not friends of mine. My whole friends list is pugs. It's all pickup people. I didn't come with a guild. I don't have some long pre-alpha history or whatever. I just jump in. I'm a social person. I'm a long time. I've played everything. I can say I've played everything. Everything. You name an MMORPG that's hit North America in the last probably 3 decades, I've played. I've played everything. I've max leveled, I've raided, whatever. And I'm thoroughly enjoying what they're doing with Pantheon right now. And I was so happy when they put banners in. It's about time we got banners to mess around with. And I think it works perfectly. The last 3 nights I've been paying attention to the group makeup. For example, we had a heavy melee group tonight, but I believe yesterday we had high casters. So that determines what banners. You don't want to use your physical damage banner if your group is leaning more towards casting. You kind of want something like hit rate, right? Success rate or whatnot. If you're in a group and you're leaning more towards melee DPS, you've got a rogue, ranger, a monk. You probably want to make sure you have your melee DPS in just to try and get as much damage as possible. So I'm experimenting, which is, again, what they want you to do, or what you should do, is experiment with different loadouts. You guys are familiar with the term loadout, I'm assuming. But you want to mess with different loadouts depending on where you are and who's in your group. You also want to pay attention to the 5 other members that you're grouped with. A lot of people don't do this. A lot of people get into a group or start a group and automatically assume that people know what they're doing. What you have to do, or what I do personally, is you silently watch your group window and you silently watch your group. And you don't say anything, you don't bring anything up, and you just watch and see how they play, and then you adjust accordingly. I'm not with guildmates and I'm not with friends, so I can't say, hey, dumbass, what are you doing? Do this instead of that. That's silly. Don't be doing that. You're going to get us wiped. You can't say that in a pug, right? Because someone's going to take offense. However, if you see everybody's doing something and you're like, oh, so if that person does that during this fight and that person does that during this fight, then maybe instead of me doing this, I'll go do this, and that'll be an easier way for us to get stuff. So you're like, not enough people think. I know it sounds weird to say, but not enough people think. You need to put thought into a game like this. This is not a face roll experience. This is not a log in, play, log out game. This is not. Other games are. This one is not. You need to be focused, and I hope they stick to this train. And I really want them to take the bindstones away from Halnir's cave. And I said that the last 2 days, because if we start putting bindstones in every single location, because players are going to whine and get their panties in a twist because they don't want to run 5-6 minutes and dodge a dozen mobs that could kill them, then you should stop playing this game. And to me, that's the honest truth. Because there's no map, you're not going to have waypoints, you need to memorize locations. I couldn't run to Halnir's cave like the back of my hand, as the phrase goes, until 2 nights ago. Now I can get there no problem, because I remember landmarks now. When for those of you who haven't played the game yet, who are looking for early access or even retail, once you jump in and start playing, the first zone, Thronefast, you are going to need to memorize waypoints. Like, there's just no other way around it. You're going to need to be able to be running down the road and look off to your right and see a specific mountain peak and go, okay, that's that camp and that's that location. So where I want to go is down here and over here, and then I go north. We were lucky enough to get a compass in the game to help people find the direction. They didn't have a compass in the game for the longest time. Top of the screen here. Compass? Didn't have it. Wasn't a thing. You had to rely on your group window in order to find people. That's the only way you could find people. And it wasn't as simple as pointing towards the person and running, because the game is built vertically as well. You don't know what ramps you have to climb, you don't know what bluffs you have to stand on, you don't know what cliffs, what rocks, what pits you have to go around, where low-level mobs are, but if you run this way, you get, high-level mobs or higher level than you are, who aggro's what's aggro, what's not. Like, there's just a lot of thinking to be done in this game. And a lot of gamers will sit back and go, I don't want to think. I want to be able to jump in and enjoy myself. I'm going to tell you now, if you have that mindset with a group of guildies, then fine, but you're hurting your guild. I'm telling you now, you're hurting your guildies. This game is going to take focus, period. The group tonight, the people I didn't even know, all they talked about all night was how much they were loving the fact that everybody had to focus, everybody had to pay attention. That's all the chatter that was going on in my ear all night tonight, was they were talking about the grittiness of this game. And it just, the viability of classes, any class will do. Any class will do. Doesn't matter. If you think you want to do a Necromancer for DPS, do a Necromancer for DPS. You will find a way to do DPS. Necromancers even have a heal. Necromancers can gear their pet. And when I say gear their pet, those of you that know EQ will think, oh yeah, well in EQ you can give your pet weapons too. You can give whole sets, you can give armor sets to your pet. Your pet can wear like 6 pieces of armor or 5 pieces of armor. You can get stuff that drops off mobs that you would wear and give it to your pet. Like, if you guys haven't, you guys have seen the Warrior tonight. Let me switch over to the Necromancer. I'll show you guys the Necromancer real quick. We have the Necromancer to level 19, so this will be good for anybody who hasn't seen a Necromancer at level 19. We're done on the Warrior anyways, because there's no group to be had. And soloing is no bueno. Oh yeah, look, Rokuma's got a heavier population now. Everybody's done with Thanksgiving. So here's our Necro. This is Undedicus. I know, it's an original name. I couldn't think of anything, and I was trying to think of something with undead in it. Oh, is this where he camped out? Oops. Let me go outside. I don't want people thinking I'm looking for group. And actually, let me go out here so people at the dungeon entrance don't think I'm looking for group. Actually, I guess we could just stand here. Oh no, let's go out in the light. Okay, so this is our necro. So this is our pet. This is our level 18 pet. And this 18 pet is a tank-based pet. So if we go ahead, we look at Sarlatek here. We right-click. Sarlatek has his own hit points, mana points, stats, weapon damage. The weapon damage is based off the weapon he has equipped right now. I can take the weapon off of him. I can take the shield off of him. I can take the gloves off of him. I can put the gloves back on him, put the shield back up, put the weapon on. Because he's a tank pet. Oh, can he not wear the shield now? What is happening? Yo, did they take shield effectiveness away from a pet? Oh no. I took the shield off and I don't think I should have. Okay, well it looks like shields, your pet can't wear a shield. That's interesting. Anyhow, if we go and look at our skills. So we have our Haunting Shade. That's our current pet. That's our tank pet. Now it doesn't tell us that it's a tank pet, but we can tell because when we summoned it, it has these two abilities. It has Taunt and Bash. Now, the lower level version of your pet has Taunt, but no Bash. You can see it says Bash is level 20. Now here's the thing about the Necro. The Necro is set up right now. So if you remember the Necromancer from EverQuest, every time you summon the Necro, the pet was always 3 or 4 levels lower than the Necro. It wasn't meant to be a tank. It wasn't meant to be a partner. It was meant to be a minion that helped you do your damage. You know, it grabbed a bit of hate so that you could dot it or life drain it or what have you. In this game, you can actually have your pet come out at your level or possibly 1 or 2 levels higher. As an example, before level 18, we had Assemble Bones, which was level 12. At level 12, your pet could spawn up to level 14. So if you were level 12 and you got your 12 spell, there was a chance when you summoned your pet that you got up to level 14, which means your pet is stronger than you are. Now, the pet at level 12 and the pet at level 8 or 6? Yeah, 6, and then the one that you start with, they were scout-based. They weren't tank-based. They didn't have taunt. They just did their regular damage or whatever. As you started to get higher, you unlocked your taunt pet, your tank pet. We got to level 18, and we were able to summon a level 20 pet at the time. Now, the thing is, they take bone chips or bone fragments, just like in EQ, for those who remember EQ, but it's a random level. The spell is level 18. The pet right now is level 20. If he died, or I died and it died, or I unsummoned it and I wanted to bring it back out again, it might come out at level 14. It might come out at level 12. It might come out at level 16. It might come out at level 18. It might come out at level 20. It won't come out as level 21. I know, I went through like 60 bone fragments. So the fact that your pet can actually come out at a higher level than you are is actually pretty cool. Now, that doesn't mean that soloing is fantastic on the Necro. It's not. Soloing is not fantastic on any class in this game, period. It's okay, and it's very slow. But it's kind of doable, but I don't recommend it because it's not fun. Anyhow, the fact that you can put on a full set, like we have rusted chain on his head, but we have leather gloves on him, got leather wrists. Now, obviously it's not a full suit. We don't have legs, we don't have boots, but we have gloves, wrist, belt, chest, shoulders, and helm. I mean, come on. What other game can you say that? The only other situation where that was a thing was magicians in EverQuest, right? They could summon their gear and give it to a pet, like a druid pet, a shaman pet, not a druid pet, a shaman pet, their pet, or what have you. But in this game, and the gear stays, so you can only have one pet out at a time, right? Now, they may have changed it recently since we just found out that my tank pet can't wear the shield anymore. However, the way it was up until about 3 weeks ago, you could have your tank pet and your scout pet studied at the same time, and they have different gear. So I'll do this just because. This is our tank pet. So I'm going to go ahead and go to our DPS pet, which I think is this one. We're going to put it here, right? Assemble Bones. So now we're going to dismiss our tank pet, and we're going to summon the rogue. I was wrong. This is another tank pet. Hang on, we gotta dismiss that guy. Gotta go to level 8. Where's level 8? Right there. Summon this guy. You can see there's no taunt down here, so you know it's the rogue pet, not the tank pet. And you notice he's got a completely different set of gear. The gear stays. So you can outfit your pets like Pokemon. You can outfit your pets and then just, you know, depending on the role that you're in, bring them out whenever. Which is phenomenal. You couldn't do that at any other time, period. They have their own stats. They have their offensive stats, defense. They have range. They have spell. Now, I don't know if we get a mage pet. I don't know if a mage pet is a necro pet, but that would be the next archetype to have, would be a mage pet. And clearly you wouldn't have a priest pet. That wouldn't be a thing. And it could be just tanks and rogues as far as I know. I have no idea. Now, what level did this guy come out as? So this was a level 8 pet, but it came out at level 6. Or a level 8 spell, but he came out at level 6. So you don't want that. So you would dismiss him, and then you summon again. And now he's come out at level 5. So, for those of you who haven't played a necromancer, who want to play a necromancer, you're going to need to farm a lot of bone fragments because you're going to burn a whole lot of them trying to get the max level pet you can, which is best practice. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to unmem that. There. Now let's see if we can get level 20. Nope, no bash. I already know this isn't level 20 because they don't have the second skill here. Don't even have to check. Nope. There we go. He's got the bash skill, so I know he's level 20. We right click, level 20. Because bash is a level 20 skill. Even though we're only level 18. Now, they did nerf the hit points. I noticed that the pet doesn't have as many hit points as they used to have. My pet used to have, I think, 345 hit points, and now we're down to 267. We have no stats, so obviously the stats didn't play into the decrease. So I'm guessing maybe they knocked it down based on a percentage. My tank pet also has, you know, mana, of course, for their abilities. I would have thought maybe they would have given them readiness, but I guess mana points is easier to track. Oh, there we go. Now he's got the shield on. Alright, maybe he was just fussy. He was mad because we haven't played him in a while. So as you can see, he now has a shield. Now, the other cool thing is, you can turn these skills on and off. If you notice, these necromancer, or these pet skills here, they have a little green dot in the corner. So if you right click, the dot goes out. Right click again, dot comes on. You can turn them on and off. Why would you want to do that, you ask? Let's say you're in a group. Let's say you want your highest level pet out to do some damage. Let's say you don't want to rip aggro from the tank, so you turn off the taunt. Then the group's done, you get back to soloing, or your group with a friend or a spouse, and you don't have a tank, you go ahead and turn the taunt back on, and hopefully you can keep your pet up. You do get a mage pet later on. It makes sense, Necro, so thank you for filling that in. So yeah, so it's very cool. We got some cool stuff too. I refuse to take my... So, as you can see, we had this staff drop. It's the rare caster drop in Thronefast when you first start playing the game. And we managed to get it. And I had a torch equipped, and it used to be one hand. But when they went and did the weapon patch last week or the week before, they changed this to a two-handed staff, which makes sense because it's an intellect caster. It should have a two-handed staff, not a one-handed staff. But I have the torch in my offhand because of when it's nighttime, so I refuse to take the torch off because the second I take the torch off, the staff is going to take both slots. So I refuse to take the torch off or change weapons because if I do, I lose the ability to put the torch on. But as you can see, it's 14 damage. It gives +2 to intellect and +10 to mana. The +2 to intellect is huge It's absolutely massive. I'll tell you, man, this game is a lot of fun. Oh, we're level 19 now. My bad. This game is a lot of fun. So we can go out here. Let me find, where's the bear? Somebody kill the bear? Somebody's killed the bear. Let's try not to aggro a spider. Where are the bears? There's no way those NPCs killed all the bears. Green, do we think we could do that? I think we could do that. Let's see what happens. This might be a bad idea, by the way, people. Just saying. So these are the dots that I'm applying down here. What was our pet heal? Was it empathy? I think it was empathy. Yeah, it's empathy. See, as you can tell, the tank pet is not beefy, and you have to work towards it. And that mob considered green to us. So that mob was green. Just so you know. Now, if that mob was blue, it probably would have beaten the pet. Just to give you guys an idea. So again, not very solo friendly, but solo is doable. Oh, we also have a pretty cool robe on at the moment too. Dark linen robes. Best in slot for the first part of the game. 10 armor, 2 intellect, 5 mana. Again, the 2 intellect is fantastic. Anyhow, that is the Necromancer. Okay, so I have to call the stream to its end, people. It is 20 to 2. I need to get to bed because I have work in the morning. So to those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time today. I hope you guys enjoyed checking out the game, and if you haven't seen a dungeon crawl before, I hope you like the dungeon crawl. I'm not sure what the game plan is for tomorrow. It is Friday. We'll probably come home, log in, see if anybody's on. Maybe we meet some of these people and get a group going. Maybe not. It all depends on the population. Again, we're getting closer to Sunday, and of course Sunday the servers come down, and this pre-alpha seasons thing stops. So I'm not expecting to have a lot of people on Friday and Saturday, but who knows. Anyhow, thank you for the raid from earlier, Carlel. Appreciated. Those of you that have followed the channel, thank you for following the channel. You guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you on the next stream. We'll learn more about the game. You guys take care.